Hey there, folks. Habbage here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I don't understand at all why my. So I plugged in my headset after having unmuted it, and it was muted again. That's weird. Knock on wood, we're dealt with. I'm still trying to pull up the stream, so if you're chatting to me, thanks. I'll see you in a second here. Okay. Whew. So, YouTube folks, how's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. We are kicking off basically where we left off yesterday with a little bit of progress in between. It was a bumpy road. I think we gave up after about 40 minutes. All I basically did, if you'd seen the previous episode, went back, fed and harvested the pigs, fed the cows, chickens, and then headed back over to the village. So that's where we're going to pick things up. Unfortunately, whether it was ISP, laptop, something running in the background, who knows? It was a bumpy ride, but I've been looking. The internet connection has looked solid. So fingers crossed, we're gonna give this a whirl and hope that I'm not getting pop-ups that the OBS connection has OBS has lost its connection or something like that. Ridiculous. I don't know. I've been using the internet in the last hour pretty much nonstop with no issues. I don't see anything on the laptop. There was background stuff going on, but I basically left it to sit idle. I didn't want to reboot because in that hour, if it decides, oh, hey, I rebooted, I'm just going to run these things in the background. Maybe that takes up more resources during the stream. Usually, I like to get a reboot done like overnight before we ever stream. So we'll see how things go. Let's hope for it. If not, then it might be like a late night stream tonight. I may have to just scrap the whole thing, reboot, and come back. I don't know, sometime later, but I want to play. I'm very excited. I was having a blast. I'm glad you guys are here tuning in, and thank you all so much. I talked about it a little bit earlier on. The world seems to be off to a great start. Your guys' response, views of the videos and all that, fantastic. Keep them up, keep them coming. I love your comments. If you would be so kind as to, if you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you're over in Twitch, here in Twitch, watching the VODs, go ahead and hit that follow. You'll know when I'm going live, if it gets off of the schedule as it did today, and then we can hang out and say hi in the chat and all that good stuff. So for now, we've been over here working with our bees. We've got 2 bee trees, one over there, one over here, and we're getting the combs out of those to make these little bee hives. And then we're going to breed the bees so that they can continue to expand and have these homes to move into. But for now, we're going to let these leaves kind of shed. I don't know if it's a line of sight thing or anything for bees to discover where new hives are. And while that's going, see, there's one over there. We're going to go down into this hole wherever it was. Is it here? I don't think so. I think it's this way a little more, right? And we went down through a side entrance. Maybe we'll just drop down here. That's how we got in and out. But there was coal right here, and I need that for the furnace we just built because we need an iron bar to make a flint and steel to relight the campfires. So we did get some flint. We got some iron in the abbreviated road bumpy episode. So yeah, here we go. We'll go right back over, cook up the couple pieces of iron that we have on us now, and redo the bees one more time, feed them up, breed them up. We will get 1 or 2 more hives out of this effort, and then we're going to go take a little boat trip and see what's out there in the world. So all good stuff. Depending on what we find, how the timing works out, how quickly our pockets get filled, we may also push towards getting some of the fields set up. I guess no, this is a different, because that other one was dark and scarier, right? It's like here. Yeah, it's odd. I can't believe we're going over the top of that. We do have torches now, so we can at least light this up a little bit. And that may connect down to the other cave system in that hole where we just grabbed the coal. But again, we talked about it in the previous attempt at streaming. Top priority for today, and I'm going to remind us of it every day. Top priority, don't die. Let's not do stupid stuff. Let's try to keep this world. I'm kind of a fan of it and would like it to be ongoing. Speaking of B, hey B, come here. Hi. Come this way with me. I don't know where any of your buddies are, but hopefully they'll be around while you're there. Let's just do this. Oh, here we go. Hi, you. Newbies. There's a nice house right over there for any future bee children. Okay. Now we need one of these. Technically, we could just do this in our own spot. Hey, piggy. All right, don't play in the fire bees. That's not good for you. Why don't I have a thing? Finally. And you are ready to go again as well. See, we needed this, guys. I was just preparing us for what was inevitably needed. Now we can get the honey as well. And we'll try to do that. I just heard those bees pop out. You're a little bee, though. You gotta grow up, dude. Oh, there's a big one. Big one. Come on. Come over here. Meet the neighbors. Over this way. Oh, we got two big ones. Right? I think. You're a big one. And you two are hiding in the grass. You look... Oh, they're both little. Okay. Whatever. Need that. Did any of them come over here? Not yet. Alright, well... Let's do this. Oh, we're not going to have quite enough. That. And we probably have an empty box somewhere over here. We should maybe just go ahead and set a chest. That and that. Guys, this is where you want to be. B. Anybody hungry again? Oh, now we're down to one more bee. Oh, look at that. Going right over to him. Like, ooh, look at this. You guys want... Uh-oh, it's raining. Better get inside. Come over here and go inside so you don't get wet. Like, you're just a little bee. You're a little bee. I don't have enough feathers to really set that up. All right. You got a chest, and it's empty. Put that there, and just leave this. In fact, let's leave this. Right? And... think we'll do this, 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 because we want to do that anyway. Definitely leave the flowers. And I really don't need to carry that around either. Or the gravel. Or the dirt. Now this is getting very junky, but whatever. All right. Well, that was good. We got a couple more bees. I don't know that they're going to be a crazy change on any of this yet, but we'll just keep picking away at that a little bit. Um, while we're here, maybe we should check the fields. Because the hidden bonus here is we get a little bit more food production while we're coming to tend to the bees, right? They'll be encouraging the villagers to, or fertilizing, bone mealing effectively the crops that the farmers are making. So that's kind of a handy deal. That couple more carrots. That is very nice. And we'll grab that wheat. Okay. Oh. Now I think we are set. We'll just swing back by home. For folks who are just dropping by or checking out this VOD for a first one, hadn't seen the previous yesterday's episode for Candy Patina, check it out. But being here, we'll show you the farm. This is day 2, just over 4 hours now. I think I went about 4.5 yesterday, and then maybe a half hour worth of real work earlier today that has gotten us this far, and it's mainly concentrated on the 2 villages. There's one we didn't just go into. We'd visited it in a little bit earlier to get the gravel and the flint. But this is what we've decided will be our home, or our initial area, kind of agricultural and such pursuits. So look at that, up over half a row of carrots now. We've got lots of potatoes because we've been using those to feed the pigs. We've got a potato field going. We started it with some wheat as well. Let's go ahead and sleep before we have an issue. Ooh, I forgot to grab my second cup of coffee. That was a mistake. Means I'll be taking a quick break at some point here. I've still got a couple little sips left. So yeah, we got pigs, cows, chickens, and sheep all in pens, all ready to be bred. And while I don't know that their hunger meter goes, the potatoes here seem to have continued. At some point, I will stop doing this and just let them grow until the whole field is ready, and probably will scrap this. Although I don't know, we'll see what those farmers back at the villages are interested in, because before we set up any elaborate trading, I may just start selling stuff to them. So before we left for the villages, we had harvested quite a few pigs. You can see we've got cooked pork chops here. We actually have a full stack. I think I'm going to just stockpile the potatoes for a minute. Pigs are by far our best food at the moment, and they were the first animal I got. The rest of these we did just at the end of the episode yesterday. But I want those potatoes to help us start the real potato field. And that's kind of a priority. I don't think we've got some baked potatoes left, and I don't think we're gonna blow all the way through our supplies of pork and baked potatoes before we get to a point of being ready to harvest cows. So, yeah, we're good. But I'd love to have 4 full stacks of raw potatoes when we get back around to farming. But we're not farming just yet. I think we will make replacements for the axe and shovel, and then we will head on out. As you can see, we got a saddle out of one of the villages. The leads were a big help. I haven't harvested a horse. Harvested? Don't harvest the horses. I haven't tamed a horse yet, or bothered with that too much. But we should be able to ride back into the villages pretty easily as well. For now, though, we'll just continue to use the boats. Um, I don't know this. I think maybe what we should do. Let's get one more shovel because if we should find a shipwreck or anything like that, we'll use the shovels more quickly, right? And then I don't see spare torches there. I don't think we've been that far. We don't have a lot of coal, but we do have now 2 spare pork chops. So, leaving on our adventure fully fueled up. Well, yes, let's do this and grab one more of these. Full belly, full food lunchbox. Let's say it's our lunchbox. Kids still have lunchboxes anymore? That used to be such a flex when you were a little kid. Oh, what lunchbox you had? What like superhero or TV show you had? And man, I remember. It's one of those things that is absolutely overpowering for me. But I was a kid, right? You know, little boy, and that was always the deal. You had to bring your lunchbox, and I was always worried about other stuff, and you'd you'd get distracted at the end of the day. You'd be all excited, and you'd forget to bring home the lunchbox, right? So it'd sit at school in your little cubby or on the little coat rack thing out in the hall, and you know nobody was stealing anybody else's coats, lunch boxes or coats. I would hope that was just kind of a no-no. But you'd forget, and it would sit there, and all the lunch boxes had a little thermos inside, right? Mom would fill it up with milk for you to drink at lunch with your PB&J or whatever you were eating that day, and it was great until you forgot your lunchbox and that thermos sat with a little bit of milk still in it for like a day or a weekend or whatever. My mom quickly decided, no, the way that you're going to learn to not leave your lunchbox laying around at places and bring it home with you is if you do that, you're cleaning the thermos that's full of now sour, nasty milk smell, right? Oh, that smell is so much like, give me a roadkill skunk. Think of a bad smell, and I'll endure it over soured milk. That one just challenging for me. Also, pumpkins. Let's go get those. I think I saw some scattered around somewhere else, but we see these and we'll be ready to grow them. So let's get that done, and then we'll maybe get that coal as well that I see over there. Hopefully we. Oh, look at you, bees. Hi, bee. I got some of your friends back over across the way. West, I think that way is. All right, pumpkins. That will be great You get 4 seeds per pumpkin. So we'll be happy to have those. Oh, I forgot the hiccups. I did eat some lunch during my downtime. There was no thermos, no milk, but it was tasty. So yeah, now we're set to go, and hopefully the laptop will just hang out, be good. All right, might as well take a look here, right? We got some higher planes over there. I don't want to forget where the boat is, but just exploring, looking around. Yeah, that whole hill line, I see some of it over here. Get right, and I saw some of it back through the trees. That's awesome because, as far as I know, this is all continuous, and we've got lots of horses around. West is home. We're headed generally east, but I think we're going to get curved back around to the north here. Little hole. Did this continue on to more coal stuff? Kind of nice down here. Got coal up high. I don't think we need to turn this into like, oh, I'm gonna pillar up to get extra stuff, but if we can spot just a little bit of iron, a little bit of coal here, and not have to risk too much, let's get it. Okay, slow. So, one of the things I've been talking about and going into talked about it a lot at right at the end of the last episode is this idea and this play style that I kind of say half mockingly, but I said it for a long time. The first priority has to be don't die. This is hardcore, so always be reminding myself and you guys, if you're playing hardcore worlds, it's probably the best tip, and I don't. It's tough to follow. That's why it's hardcore, right? But always be thinking about what could kill me here, right? Where could a danger spot be even in this little area, and is it worth exploring this little overhang? Am I at risk here? Is there a safer way to go about getting some coals? Oh, here we go. Some iron. What have you? Did it push that piece of coal at me, I guess? So, for instance, don't go explore the underwater or the underground flooded cave because you can get pushed by a current and not necessarily get back up to get your air when it starts to run out. Later, that becomes much more possible when you got a respiration helmet and aqua affinity and can move around and kind of control that environment. I think go, yeah, I should go check that out. I don't feel it will be incredibly likely that I'll die doing that. Right now, we're not ready for that, but we're going to keep kind of asking ourselves those questions, reminding ourselves that you don't have to do it all in one trip, in one visit. Don't get greedy. Grab what you can find, where you can find it, when it looks possible to do so, and then get back, build on that, reset, reevaluate, and try the next thing, whatever it might be. Now this is starting to get into caving, and as you can see, we're all right. We got a leather shirt, and the rest of our gear is iron, but we don't have a shield yet. So skeletons are still very threatening to us, and that slight difference of leather over iron on the shirt isn't extra assuring or anything. So I think what we'll do, make sure I can get back out again there, is just drop a couple torches. Oh, the game is tempting me. It's saying, oh yeah, just keep going. Don't worry. There's nothing dangerous here. But I'm not just going to turn tail and run away from an opportunity until I see that there's a monster coming after me. If it's going to give me just an empty room, let's light it up. But some of these twisty, turny little angles are scary. More coal up high. What, if anything, do we have up on this wall? Anything good? Not really. Little coal, little coal. Um, Nothing. No more iron. What is this? Little. Oh, and there's something else over there. So yeah, trying to be careful, trying to be a little cautious, a little more cautious. Not to the point of not doing stuff, but just all right. Where? How far in am I? How many torches do I have left? Can I get back? There's the flood. Nothing particularly great. It's copper, but did want to come up here for this coal. Everybody remember where the boat is? Let's keep an eye, a reminder on how I got to get back after we're done here. We'll grab. Oh, it came right to us. So we're gonna say we could just come back and get that. All right, here. I think we'll go. Oh, I saw that little bit of green. I was like, is there a creeper under me? Okay. Got good coal. Unexpected caving. Get these before they disappear. I'll leave that. I would have to pillar to it or do some kind of climbing, and we know there's water back there anyway, so let's just call that good. It's copper. Keep going the way you don't want to go. Havage, good work. All right, boat. Be somewhere over here. There it is. Salmon. All right. Good run there. Used up quite a few of our torches, but with the coal that we're getting back, we can resupply those. You get 4 for 1, and the supply factor is good. barky dog. Hope doggy's happy. Get a couple of these. So we don't have any yet. Don't think yet I'm going to grab spruce trees. They're very close. We have one forest back on that other coastline just after we left our little area. And then I think this is just a little bit of magma. I don't think that's a broken portal at all, but I saw the magma and I was like, oh, let's check. Ships would be good if we see any of those. But honestly, just pretty happy to be able to get out that close to home and start seeing some other biomes. Should give us quite a bit to keep us occupied as we're building up early. And it seems at least big enough, even if this curves all the way back around and we end up back home and it's just no outlets, it's big enough that we can build a darkroom spawner over the top. And that is something we'll be looking to do sooner rather than later. We can get mossy cobble out of these giant taigas. So tree farms and all that. No, oh. This looks good. Yeah, I already started this. I thought I had, so might as well fill a stack. Now, getting home, it's going to be tough because I don't really have much storage. Come on. Kind of power turned around that. So, wider ocean, perhaps. It would actually be kind of cool if that was our own little private ocean and this side, this northern side, curved back around towards my base. It could just be a little island, too. Who knows? But I think for the moment, we're going to leave this one off. There's some of those little drowned structures, not a guardian temple, not a I don't know. I don't know what else I was going to say. It's not a guardian temple. It's not a shipwreck. Didn't appear to be a broken portal. So I think I'm going to come back in here and finish, if it is closed, going all the way around our bay or sea, internal sea, landlocked sea kind of deal. Let's go ahead and grab some of these brown mushrooms. If we see a red one, and we can have some of that stew just as a variety. Again, food, not a big problem or concern. We're well set in that regard. But food can't keep us entirely safe either. So, not out of the woods just yet. Try to keep looking between the trees. A spruce village would be very cool. There's some red mushrooms. Let's go sleep on this little sandy point. We'll go down, get those red mushrooms, do some exploring, see if that's a river that goes anywhere or is just in the area. When I wake up, I'm actually going to freeze this. I'm going to go get my other coffee. Step away for just a second. I will be back in, I don't know, I may step away for a second. Like 2 minutes tops. All right, right back. All right, back again, guys. Thanks for being patient there. Just decided to make use of the old facilities while I was up, but it really was a coffee emergency. That was the problem. Okay, we've got got a full mug though now, and it is daytime. And in addition to these little red mushrooms, we're going to just go see if this is a river that heads anywhere. Um, Looks like it goes a little further than it appeared to at first glance. All right, so I don't think we're gonna do extensive mushroom stew eating, but I'd like to kind of have once we get up to a stable building, making things look creative and cool. I'd like to get to that point of having like a kitchen eating area kind of thing, having varieties of food and eating some different things at different times. While we'll still probably always carry, golden carrots or steaks or golden apples or some combination of that sort of stuff with us. We just looking for iron. Wouldn't be doing too bad if um, we could eat some variety meals, like have some rabbit stew, have some mushroom soup, have a couple courses and that kind of stuff. Just as we're starting or ending episodes while we're in the midst of builds around there, because I have yet to have ever built out as much as I would like, kind of the medieval castle village and stockade kind of area around the outside of it. All those elements together into a little village. So I think we could do a lot. And oh man, I'm sorry, YouTube buddy, if I forget. Um, Scena, maybe Scena or something. I'll double check the channel name. I had an awesome little tutorial on a house, kind of like a inspired house build, and the house shape and all. It was fairly familiar. I don't think there was a revelation there, but so many cool little details. Um, Really just inspired me. Not to make that house or anything like that, but to get into some of that kind of decorative building. It was one of the things that really hit me, even right at the beginning of the tutorial, like before that even got into the components lists and all that, which did a great job of laying out what you would need if you were going to do that right at the front, and visually done. Just so impressive. But one of the first shots of the exterior of the house had like the garden and the little picnic table. I think everybody's familiar with kind of using multiple different block types to make paths, garden paths, and that kind of stuff. But the landscaping and just the way it was all put together in a compact little space. Oh man, I was like, heck yeah! And I feel terrible because I'm bad at names, and it isn't somebody that is one of my most followed. I just saw it in my subscriptions list and was like, "Ooh, let's go check that out." Well, cool. So, yes, yes. All right. Well, keeping an eye on the stream channel and all that. We seem to be keeping up pretty well. Just worried now. So, all right. There's my voice. We do still have audio. Just checking to make sure everything's working. I think we've kind of made our way around this little single block sugar cane that might be the center of this. Having seen those other spruce trees from close to our home, I had a feeling we might be in this, but that that little point out there, that may be where we're setting up a spawner farm for early game XP and items and loot and all that, if this does keep coming back around. And maybe this is an exit. Maybe this is a continuation. Oh, or just a river. But we'll keep. Oh, that's good to see. Lush cave. We haven't really struggled of late to find those, but I know when 118 first came out. Oh, they're right in front of me. There's a village. That was something that I had to just keep looking for. Of course, I had to go outside of established chunks. It was in my world, but lots more pumpkins here. This is one of the things of the spruce villages, which I love. You do have to do a lot of tree trimming to even get around. Now, I'm gonna leave their fields unless I see beets or something like that, where we need a bunch, and it will greatly speed up our ability to start our own. I guess I didn't need to grab those earlier sweet berries either, did I? So one of the things in these villages, this is where you have the rare tall fern, I think, as possible chest loot, and you can't get that even with Silk Touch out in the world. So if I see one, I'll comment on it. We're not really at a collecting the rare items in the game point yet, but something to look for. And of course, we'll get to the building looting. This is interesting. Doesn't look like the best place to build a campfire, in my opinion. There we go. This one. Which way did we come from? Is this the edge of town, or is there more? Maybe if I just... Okay, this is north, so this is going back towards the river we started at. Oh, I love you, Spruce Village. And it's spread out. So once we can kind of clear paths between the various parts of this spread out village, then we'll go looting through where I'm less likely to go back into the same building 4 or 5 times because I have no idea which way I'm going each time I turn around. That's kind of why I'm doing this. It makes it a little safer in my opinion. You know, you're less likely to get walked up onto by a mob. So we'll just take our time, savor the anticipation, the hope that there are some chests scattered around in this village, and they might have something good. This was not what I was hoping for in exploration, though, was in terms of breaking a bunch of leaves. Villages, yes. All right, now are we back? This is back to where we found the pumpkins, right? Yep, that's that first field. Okay, so they have a path out here. It's very overgrown, but I think that's what we need to hang to keep a good sense of where we are, where we've been. Hi. You stuck? Should you stay stuck? If I break that, I think that's gonna go. I don't know. I'm not terribly worried about this. The villagers here. We've got villagers much closer to you. Let's let you out. Seem like a good guy. Now if you can't get out, it's your own fault. Okay. Let the looting begin. Ooh, planted sapling. Kind of nice. Hi. Yeah, it's kind of your own fault if you can't do that. Few grindstones. Very nice. While we're here, there's stuff we don't need, including possibly the stick. Don't need the seed. We don't need an extra thing of sweet berries, but we do need the apples. Oh, we don't need a jack-o'-lantern. I don't know where that was. That just sitting around here in the village? We'll leave that for them. In fact, maybe we can decorate with it. Oh, speaking of jack-o'-lanterns, it's scary out. Can I do this? Ah, there we go. Ooh, look at this. I don't think I've ever seen this style before. Ooh, I like it all. I like pumpkin seeds because we're out to get those. Potato, may actually leave that for them. And the spruce sign, we'll make ours when we need them. So that was a good haul. Now, does this have upstairs? This I want to point this out. The flower baskets on the top. One of the many reasons why I absolutely love. Oh, sorry. There. You guys don't need to be stuck in there, because then you will get zombied. Yeah, I love those little window flower baskets. That's cool. Let's put a few of these down just to prevent the same thing. Just because you fixed it in one spot doesn't mean they won't go get stuck in another. Anything? This just seems to be kind of groved, and now we're actually out of the biome. Look at all those villagers. That might. This one has a moat. And what kind of a house is this? Is this a thing? Maybe like a fisherman? Ow. Alright, stop. A fisherman's house? I don't know what that's all about. More pumpkins. Now, are any of these jack-o'-lanterned? Cave down there. As any good village should have a good cave. One more look into these. Well, there's a potato, but that could be something, or it could just be wheat. Weird water house. This is the one with. Oh, look at all those babies. Fertile village. Fern, but not large fern. I think fern is more common. That. Okay, I think we're good with that. Take them on a nature hike, but don't go too deep in the cave. Could get scary down there. Foxes. There's another one over here. Look at all the foxes. Foxes everywhere. Okay. Sheep. Back around to where we were. Well, awesome. Got some goodies there. And now we'll just see. I was kind of hoping it would turn back this way, but oh, not really. That's gonna go flood lower water. This going nowhere. Okay. This is now going the wrong way, and as full as we are, I'd kind of like to head back, but we'll just check it. It either gets to open water, at which point, okay, we know. Um, Someday we'll go out and check all that stuff out, either from one of the other access points or from this one. Or it closes off and we can call it fully explored. See the cows there? I'm tempted to just get them because they're far out and um, we certainly wouldn't be using them to start another herd or anything. So you never know, but I keep see like these sugar canes and the flowers and all that. I'm like, all right, we're getting out to an ocean, and then it just keeps closing back in again. This is massive spruce. You're on the edge of the taiga. And this does remind me of the setting of Alone, the season that they've got up on Netflix, which seems like a lot of people are watching. It was in Netflix's top 10. Um, the the beginning of it is awesome, and it totally puts me in a Minecraft mode. Right, people dropped off remotely on the shore of an unknown lake and left to fend for themselves and not use the satellite phone that they're all given to effectively tap out of the game for as long as they can hold out, and that's pretty cool. I am confident enough that we can come straight back that I'm going to go grab these potato. Ah, they're pumpkins. Pumpkins, as well as the ones that we already have. Give us just a little bit more look. Now, this is so similar to home that unless there's just another village that we know we've got to come back to, we I don't know. I don't know that we have to come back and explore this plains compared to our own very quickly. Oh, there is another pillager tower, and we do have one of those right next to us as well. Our neighbors are pillagers, so that's the one drawback of our location. Everything else is fantastic. The trade-off is that would make it for very easy raids. Um, I would likely move a villager or two into a different area and set them up as our raid locale near the pillager outpost. Um, just to help make it happen. But it would be very easy to take them out. And we're not ready to go storming any of those, but it's going to play into our whole idea of building a stockade and being protected. Pillagers aren't going to come out of it to come attack our base. They don't range that far. Um, but having it within sight of home is a good reminder and reason to build up kind of and help will help drive that whole stylized castle uh, theme. So now long backtracks. That's kind of why I was like, oh, we may not come back to that plains at least quickly because this it's such a winding way. We got to go all the way back past the village, which is coming up now. It will be on the right. There we go. All the way back out to the little sea, and then presumably follow the coast around a little bit further until we get back over to our home. So it's a little more direct to just go to the open ocean to the east and explore that way. But you never know. Never know what will end up being like. Oh, we travel this way all the time now because of our world. There again is our sugarcane out in the middle of this bay. And we're just going to keep going counterclockwise around. See if we don't get back up to our turtles, which I think I remember this lava. I think we're right about there. Um, oh, it's getting dark. Give me the land. This is kind of the entrance, and we're just about back home. Get off the scary water. Whoo-wee. Go away, Storm. We don't want you. Day 32 is what we're... Oh, I don't know what I want. I want that. I saw something moving over in those trees, but... Maybe he's right there. I thought I saw something enchanted, though. That made me think Skelly. I made me want to get away. Lots of guys over there. Yeah, the game just ratcheted up a little bit with that nightfall. It was raining, and night comes very quickly. You get that little fringe, but then immediate flip the switch into you're in a storm now. Good luck, and then have at it. All right, so we can get up to 4 pieces of iron. We are gonna have to make chests here. As much as I wanted to resist it, I think we got to go for our kind of standard layout for a bit in our camp. So I think I'm going to add one more though. And this will get 2. And we'll go... Oh, too full. Timber and saplings. Saplings? Where'd you go? There. In our traditional lumber box, all the wood, all the dirt and sand, dirt and gravel, I've already moved, but these go kind of in dirty stuff. This is going to be our random box. That's certainly random. This will be our food, and for now we can put, I think, all this stuff in there. And then this is going to pull a bunch of this stuff out of the way. That, those, that, and that. We never even ate another piece of pork on that first adventure. It's kind of funny. All right. Non-prepared ingredients and seeds, and cooked food and extras on the bottom. Stuff there. Now, this is the random stuff. The hay bales will go. Clay, books. Flowers. I've just always done across the bottom because they stand out for dye, and now bees. I've been doing it way before bees existed, um, just to have all my dye stuff designated. This is foodie stuff, or it could be animal-y stuff. For now, at least, we'll keep these. These are going to move eventually. This stuff goes down. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are you doing? That. This will come out. These will go in. We don't need 2 iron swords. Alright. You're all done. Use this. Planks. And we need 2 more chests here. This one for cobble. This one will be our treasures. And now we got some spare wood. Let's go ahead and stickify this. There. You. And I will need some of this. Torches, good to have. Shield. Oops. Also good to have. Saving that because we'd like 5 more pieces, right? Get our shirt taken care of, but having the shield is a good thing. We don't need to carry all of these just yet. And bye-bye vision. Okay. Looking very nice. Next up, should we go feed the cows again? I'm assuming that they're ready. Not many of them yet, but alright, y'all fed there. Rest, like I said, we'll leave, and I think I'm going to let this go. Obviously, there's a lot of potatoes there that we could get, but we're close enough to not need it. All right, let's go see what the other side has to offer. And having all this plains is really nice because we can use any one of all these horses around here to make that an even faster commute than the boats. A good fast horse will outpace the boat, I think. And once we get a little bridge to connect from over between these trees, basically is the narrow spot. there, and then we may need to make another one back over towards the other village. 'Cause I'm guessing this is the most direct way to get to everything. Well, then we'll be flying around here, and that will be really cool because it prolongs the kind of early game fun that we get to have with all of our little villagers when we don't have everything on our own and trading still matters and all that kind of stuff. So looking forward to building out some of this stuff and enjoying it. I don't think we can boat up against the current and up. No, in fact, we are now sunk. So pretty sure that was what was going to happen. And I don't know. If any of this goes all the way through. I think there's still an exit. There's a little bit of coal in that cave. This one seems particularly in need of some light because it's got ground for things to spawn on. Still no exit though. Alright, well, we'll probably be making a tunnel at some point. If there's anything here to be worth continuing on to. If we can get out from beyond the ice. But we could certainly go through those little rock formations. I seriously just tried to take a sip out of my cup, and it was the wrong one, the empty one. Got it that time. All right. So, here we are. Should be easy to find our way back. We got this big landmass, and like I said, probably we just tunnel through, or we cut something here on the corner to get back into the water. But I'd like to check a couple things here. For one thing, do we get back to a point where we see the pillager outpost from this side? Is that a deal? Look how close up this frozen taiga is. That'll get us the fancy skeletons. Yeah, there it is. Back behind the trees here. There it is. So our house is back that way. It's kind of just emerging out of the distant fog, like the mountain when we're standing on our field. So it gives you a little idea of where everything is spread around. So this is not looking like a great ocean connection because the icebergy frozen stuff is never really easy to navigate. But doesn't mean we can't explore and see what's out here. Oh, we got doggies. I don't think I have any bones yet, but we will get some. Basically, without the shield and incomplete armor, I was willing to run anytime I heard the twang of a bow. We did once. I got out. Frozen River. I guess that's sand. I was like, is that our first broken portal? I thought I saw like a gold block, but no. I was going to go up on top of these hills to get a better look, but it might be better to just go Frozen River. They're pretty fast to run on. Scanning for igloos. Oh, oh, oh. Checking out what this hole has to offer. Some monsters. I don't know that we're quite there. Close, though. Certainly big and explorable. This is where we can just go fast. And now we got lots of pork. You can see we're not getting hungry. When I was doing this yesterday, just moving around in the fields and trying to clear out a space, our food, our little meat pop hunger bar things there were just disappearing instantly. But with good meals, that isn't the case. Oh, look at all this. I don't want to get too turned around. Basically, if we just go left and back, we'll eventually hit home. We can have ice boat races with ourself out here. I love that we don't live in this and didn't get started in it and have to deal with it, but it's here and very convenient and accessible. It's amazing. What do we got here? Come on, world. Oh, there we go. Loot. Anything? Yeah, that frozen river, by the way, I mean, this is the closest we get to wings slowing down our world generation. And yeah, we're going back to the portal. And just okay, so that gets back to ice anyway. There's our portal through the trees. Glad we got our iron pick, because that gets us these gold blocks. We don't have to try to think about coming back for him now. And we'll see if this goes anywhere further. Glistering melon. Fire prot. Nuggets. Fire prot 3. Here's all that flint and the flint and steel we needed. And then before we take this, just making sure there's no open exposed lava, because that would be sad. Beautiful. Maybe climb the hill. I think this is north. Good. Just making sure before we tear off in a direction and I get really lost. Because this is now going overland. Since we know this is all connected and a part of our continent, basically our backyard, right? Seems very appropriate. And as we go, surest way to make certain that we find awesome stuff is to fill our pockets with flowers, which we need for the bees, and then we'll be sure that we'll find other stuff. So this, I think, is going to get us to Meadow. There we go. We're already in Meadow, which is good. One of the advancements, one of the new ones, is to play a jukebox disc. And I think you have to play a specific one now in the Alpine Meadow, a.k.a., and I think it's called The Sound of Music or something like that, which I remember it fondly from being a kid. Oh. Will you guys approach me if I think I may need carrots, but I think you can feed them with dandelions, right? Now you look like a baby. Are you a baby too? Yeah. There's Mama. Oh, look at that bunny. All right, are you two adults? Come on. Oh no, the little baby can't get up the hill. Can I lift you? Come here, little baby bunny. Oh, there you go. Oh, big guy. Look at Mommy's got her whole little family. Um, I guess they have a cooldown on their little party bit. Oh, okay. Don't get me, dude. I need one of you guys to grow up. That's really freaking me out. Note, we are now at level 21. Endermen get much more common at that point. I know, I'm getting plenty more dandelions for you all, but one of you needs to get big so you can then start the next generation of bunnies. All right, you want to come up here? Come on. I don't want them to scatter too far. Hopefully they'll grow up quickly. And again, mainly taking this time for the bees, right? Because when you start breeding them, 117, not super high up. I don't think it's necessarily worth trying for iron or anything underneath all of this beautiful landscape. Ooh. I think I did get him. And I got some arrows, not his bow. Arrows are good, though. We'll take those out. Can't eat these. They go into potions? I don't know if there's anything else you can do with them, but they go into... Is it health potions that they're in? Maybe? That seems right. That might be worth checking, though, in this, because these are, while they're not, like, up pushing 200 on the Y level at 111 or whatever we looked at, that's pretty cool looking, even if I don't see any iron. We don't necessarily have to go down through it, but it looks cool. What are we doing on our stacks here? Not quite of the azure blues, but stack and almost another of the dandelions, which is perfect. Because we will want to be able to set up our own flower runs between our beehives back at our fields. But we also want to feed bees like crazy. And we can come back and bone meal this whole area. You see how densely they pop. And my understanding, I haven't actually used this or done it to confirm it or prove it or anything. If you are struggling to find bees and you've got an alpine environment like this, oh wait, maybe it's just natural. Maybe we looked at that because it's like 100% chance in the meadows for a tree to have bees in it. But I think that's natural generation. I think if you plant a sapling, it gets the same 5%, maybe. I don't know. Maybe we'll for science it at some point, just so I know, and then I'll forget. You guys can tell me in the chat. Um, we got. Am I really sitting? Oh no, there's another whole deal. Those are just a side effect. Let's go try to get these that I already broke. Wasteful, but maybe we start heading around. I was ready to pull back my bow and shoot at that guy. He's very well equipped, so we don't get an assist out of the daylight. Okay, so pretty sure we boated up to there, came up the little portal was either back there or off that point or whatever. So that comes pretty close, but then it looks like this becomes another big water area, and I'm assuming that at some point here we see the pillager outpost again going this way. Just figured I'd take the loop there for chance of iron. Alright, what do we got? So again, back there as well, some little cut through that probably takes us back over closer to the village. I like these, but I do worry about getting stuck like this. Hey, piggies. So we'll keep an eye out for the outpost, because I'm guessing we're coming back towards it. Although we went through a lot of frozen river, so it may be a ways back. I may have been overestimating how close that was to being connected. We could throw the boat down here. But I think we'll just stick to land for now. See if we glimpse anything. Anything particularly good. Resist the urge to slaughter all the cows because we've got a herd back at home. We don't need to do all that. What's in this hole? A skeleton. I don't see any iron. No need to slaughter distant cows and overfill our inventory. I say that knowing that we just jammed our pockets with stacks and stacks of flowers, but that is something we need. And without bone meal, we don't just have access to more and more flowers back home. You can't get them on the plains, of course. We can just go around, but not as densely as you get in the meadow there. So while we were there, more cows, more copper. You guys aren't stuck, are you? Oh, you can get out that way. I hope the baby cow can get out. Well, he will someday when he grows up, if nothing else. Lots of coal, copper, cows. Come on. Nothing. Should we? Kind of feel like we should at this point. We used up that one stack, so we had like 13 extra. We could easily top off, or not even top off our furnace, but spend all of the remaining extra coal that we have on the furnace and be back to nothing. So let's grab some. The other. I was gonna say the other things we can grab, but I don't. We may find something on our way home still, another broken portal or something, and be forced to make some decisions. We can ditch the seeds, the dirt, right? There's stuff we could certainly do, but I think this is one of our top needs at the moment. So, and maybe in opening some of this stuff up, we just happen to find some iron, which is what we really need. Uh, this feels dumb. Does it feel dumb to anybody? It feels dumb to me. Terribly dumb. Really dumb if I don't. Oh, man. So many hiding spots. Who is creeper? Alright, creeper we can handle. You coming? One more. Not one more creeper. That wasn't what I meant. You misunderstood. Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That didn't go as well. More creepers. Coal. Just a little bit of iron. That's what we need. As I said, as I've talked about several times, I've been watching a few of these episodes of Alone, and it's so different watching any of those kinds of shows now that you've been streaming. And I think one of the characters on that particular version or episode season probably had some streamer background. Um, I don't even remember who the name of it was. The guy from the Virgin Islands, and he seemed a little too much in his own head from the start. Like there's people that they're talking a good game about how they're going to keep up their mental stuff, but those people also are already thinking about it more than they need to. And when part of the challenge is dealing with the emotional aspects of being isolated, not having other people around, family and all that kind of stuff, friends and loved ones, but just anybody, um, you kind of have to wonder, like, all right, well, how you doing? But the cool bit was he's going around with he named his camera, like, because they all have cameras, right? And I think I'd seen or read something, like they don't get interaction, right? It's not like the old show Survivor, which I think is still going, where there's challenges and things where they can get relief. That's not a part of this. This is about you're on your own, and you get the stuff you start with, but we're not breaking your isolation by letting you see a crew. So I think they have like drops, right? Like they're, every 10th day or whatever, a boat will come to a particular location, and they haven't shown this on the show at this point. I don't know if they do later, but to like swap out all the camera batteries and the memory cards and everything so that the people, the producers and all that, can be working on the content of the show while they're out there. And obviously, you need fresh batteries and all that kind of stuff to keep. They have like two big cameras, two tripod things, a couple of mounted GoPros, and that kind of stuff. That's all given to them. It's not survival, and they're not allowed to use those functionally to help them out or as tools or anything. They just document. And but one of the guys named one of his cameras Chad, like gave the cameras, but he said Chad, which in Twitch, of course, everybody, I think, when you first show up, one of the streamers you're listening to, the way that they say chat sounds like Chad. It just happens to everybody. And you're like, who is this person talking to this person, Chad, so exclusively? And they're saying chat, right? And I think we all talk, hey, chat, what's up? How you guys doing? So I kind of was like, oh, this guy's a streamer. He's talking to his camera as if it's a chat. And if you've done that, I think that would certainly be a good coping mechanism. But I think for the best terms of success, for one thing, I look at it as you either can, you're the right kind of person to do that, get in the zone, and yes, you miss people, but it doesn't threaten you or dwell on you right from the start, right? You just go about the experience, and you're the kind of person that's like, yeah, I'll catch up with you guys at Christmas, or whenever whenever the case may be, and I'll tell you all about all the crazy stuff that's been going on in my life. You don't have that constant deal, and you don't feel the pull. As I've shared with a lot of you guys, I got to spend time with my family on this summer vacation. It was amazing. But I knew at high school, as much as close and as tight as I am with my family, I was moving to the mountains for school, but also to be in this environment, and that was where I was going to be. My dad and I even talked about it. I said in the back and forth stuff of, oh, of course, as soon as we go grab all that coal, now we have another broken portal, but that's awesome. This is still heading north, I believe. So we're still headed in the right direction. We haven't caught any glimpse of the pillager outpost there that would, from this direction, I think be. Oh, is that a springboard? Can we do a little cliff diving? Oh, if we don't make it, we're so dead. First priority, guys, don't die. Don't do it. If we had some feather falling and some better armor, if I caught that lip, I'm pretty sure, because it's one of the things about Minecraft, right? While you're falling, if you're still holding the W key, you're going to move the whole way, right? There's not that physics. So I think we'd be all right. Get a running jump off that pillar, and we could make that water just fine. But I'm not throwing away this world just on a no benefit thrill when we could just walk down a slanted slope instead. Trying to preserve this for you guys. Get to some dragon fighting and goodies. Hey, no complaints. I think that's 8 obsidian. A smite axe, that actually is pretty good. It's an axe, but as a weapon, I think we'll roll with that for a bit here. So it's slow. That's why an axe has a higher attack damage. See, even here, stone axe has a 9, so it's even better than a gold. Um, but that smite for the skellies and the zombies that we may encounter is huge. All right, now is that? Yeah, I think that was the potential jump spot. That was the river we just crossed. I don't want to really pull up the F3. Yeah, we came over that way. All right, good. Stick to the high ground here a little bit. See what we can see. I don't know how far we went in any direction, but I guess we'll stick to the ridge. Maybe this is the ridge that we saw. Maybe those are those same woods. You think? Remember, right when we first started our boat trip, we were kind of looking through trees, and I said, "Oh, I can kind of see a hill going there and extending up." Or we're still way too far south, and we're not even close to any of that. That's very possible too. Iron, easy iron. That's what we'd like, and this is scary cave type. I don't like the diagonal. Get in part because you can't reach the walls to put torches up, I guess. Alrighty. Ooh. Oh, dang it. I'll fight him, but this is exactly the kind of time when you don't want the. Oh. Changing out. Oh, you know what we can do? Here, let's do this. Changing out weapons for mob types isn't ideal in my book. Your book may be different. I do not like this cave type. Not at all. So I was talking about Alone, and every time, like, the reason why I'm kind of like breaking into these little songs, that's what other people do. You know, they'll kind of sing to themselves as they go. The streamer guy talking to his camera's chat, as Chad, I don't think he was doing a whole lot of that, but there's kind of like a musician, punk guy who I hope it, and you kind of know when the show's starting to, like, oh, they're getting close to breaking. Sometimes they're teasing you, um, but that's where I was like, oh, I love the first couple episodes because at that point everybody's in good emotional shape, and they're all they can show as they're getting started is what are these people's strategies, what are they going into thinking that they're going to do to look after their lives and make a habitat. And at that point, at least those that are talking about the mental side are just like, oh yeah, this is my strategy. This is how it's going to work. And of course, you start adding in lack of good diet because nobody's eating great. Some are doing better than others, but you're always kind of fighting that uphill battle. We'll talk about that a little more because again, the food system stuff I think fits so well into exactly what you're doing when you're trying to be successful in Minecraft. Um, Lots of different types and sustainable things that are constantly giving you a chance of getting good stuff with minimal effort. In real life is far more important than in Minecraft, right? Minecraft, it helps. It's nice to have it when it's working, but when you're out in the wilderness in real life, what so far, a couple of people aren't talking about it, but they're doing it, and other people don't seem to get it because they come in with a preconceived, I'm a hunter, and so I will be feeding myself through hunting deer or rabbits or squirrels or whatever their plan is. Or other, I'm a master fisherman. I've fished all my life, all kinds of different waters. Um, I'm gonna fish, and that's fine. But then they get out there and they find that either the conditions aren't right, or it's just this particular one has a big mountainy lake, and they're scattered around it, and it's huge, right? Because they're all multiple miles, like 10 miles apart, or whatever, however far they are. They're not overlapping into each other's territories, even if they get out and away from their own camps. So not a real concern there, but their individual territories are kind of varied, and you may think that you're that, and you're probably a fool to go talking about it in your interviews, because the game people will see. Now I don't have my bed ready. I see those skeletons. I'd like to go take them out if we can, now that we got this awesome smite axe, but I didn't want it to be night. Okay, he was there. Well, there's two. Two is less good than one, but we do have the shield. Okay, there you go. Come on. That axe. So good. I think he's coming. Oh! Finish one. Finish one, then get the other. I didn't know there was a third. Yeah, they still, that's that leather shirt. They can still just wreck us. So strategies, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go handle those two things. I think that's the biggest skill in life. Really, you got to be adaptable. You got to know, mice and men, right? The best laid plans um, don't work out. Like you can't. You think you have an idea of how something's going to turn out, and it's almost a guarantee that if that's what you're thinking, it's gonna come out different. So come on, dude, shoot. Yeah, those are the kind of people that I think. But the most efficient ones are the people that are like, okay, well, I've got the basics right. I got a little early shelter. I've got a functional grasp of, like at least a bunch of berries or something like that. I found some food early on that's at least getting me by. Um, and so then they immediately start with passive stuff that they can go. So whether they know how to make snares or deadfalls or those kind of things that might just get a squirrel or something like that, they get a few of those in different areas all scattered around. And then for fishing, a lot of the people are out there standing on the banks throwing lines, and as soon as wind gets in there, they don't have fishing rods per se, but they'll have like fishing line. And as soon as they get going with that, they're committing all that time. They're standing out there, they're in the elements, and they're getting frustrated if they don't catch fish, right? That there were people talking about it like, yeah, it was really unexpected. I'm trying to see into that hole because I'm 100%. This is where we parked the boat out there. We went up into that hole. I think maybe you can kind of see a little bit of it down that way. So home is back along the shore that way, and we'll head there very quickly. But I think I want to keep this ridge line in mind and at least look. Then we'll go back and get more torches or chop some trees out here and get some sticks. But we're pretty full. I just want to be able to peek into the next areas. I guess I didn't really pay attention to whether that river that we crossed after not jumping into the pool, if that came all the way down here. I think it does. Lots more pumpkins. I think we'll leave those for the time being. Um, Just come all the way out to this corner. See if anything shows up through the mist. Gotta kind of look in the corners too. You see a little further, a little more. Maybe they clean that up a little bit. I'm looking at this little ridge there, right? And as we go through, you can see just a bit more of the contour sticking out beside it. Whereas if we look straight on, I guess they're still there, but the little bit of fisheye used to give you a little more. Although, again, it seems as though maybe they cleaned that up or tightened that up a little bit more. All right, so we got this river. It runs back and forth. Great little run. We have 3 spots. 4 if we ditch the seeds. We do now have some bones if we run into a doggy. But I'm thinking that now we can selectively pull cows as we head back through these plains. I think chickens is too much. Oh, is that the same portal or is that a different one? Maybe that's the one we were just at. I'm guessing that's the same one we were just at. Because we then came along this way. I don't think I would have missed that. So let's see if we can find some cows. And I won't try to just wipe out. Usually they come in 4s. Sometimes there's a baby. And if I find that, we'll take 2 of each just so we could breed them back. If we wanted to, we're not that far from home is the thought. So see how there's 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we'll take 2. Leave 2. Repopulate the world. Oh, look at that. Okay, well, you get to live then. You got 2 babies. And was that our first leather? Wow. I thought we had a bit more than that. Good stuff. Horses. Got lots of horses around. But fortunately, we have lots of land too, so we can kind of sustain them. That's our hill, and there are turtles back in this little bay that I don't think we've really looked at today. But when I was hunting for a place to live, I'd kind of come out around that coast and gone, oh, look, turtles, and then turned back around and was like, yep, this is where we're starting. And so far, not as look at all those horses. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 horses, obviously all in a group. I didn't know they would even make a group that big. There's our neighbors. So they are decently close. This seems dangerous. Nothing can get through that way yet. Oh, I don't have torches. That's why I'm going home. Okay. See, there's the turtles. So we can make a fun little turtle habitat here in this sandy area. I think that would be nice. They would enjoy it as long as they don't fall into these dangerous holes. I thought I saw like some red down one of them, but it's not. And for folks who haven't seen it yet, let's go up on top of this little hill just to show you what we're thinking here. So This upper bit, I'm thinking, will be a keep, kind of the main part of a castle, the high tower and the residence kind of stuff. Probably some kind of a little chapel-y like thing. Um, some kind of maybe a barracks. Basically the core stuff when it gets really bad and the enemy is at your gates. That's where you retreat back to. Then down through this hole, and I haven't decided how we're going to play all this, but we're definitely going to use this area. And I think we're going to do like some building faces that back into the rock, and then other inside the walls kind of building out in this area, which was mainly perfectly flat. We did a little bit of dirt fill, just there were a couple 1 block deep holes in the midst of all this. So we'll make like a little village town kind of thing with some of our other buildings inside this area, and then we're going to supplement this kind of ring of dirt, and where this seems to have just taken a chunk out of the hill here, we're going to fill these in, so we'll have gates at these various points built in. We've got the little kind of tunnel one already, and our fields and everything will be out there. Animals are close, and then we can spill out and around the area here doing building of outside the walls. There were still towns and villages and stuff. You look um, like a city of London, and of course London or York or any of those. I speak of England. It's where I've traveled a little more than some of the other places, but um, you know towns and communities would build up outside of those. But the farmers and the people that were the majority of the population in a pre-industrial society, they lived out closer to the animals. They didn't live in town. There, you had a few merchants and stuff like that, and the nobility that owned the land and was collecting the rents and maintaining the army and the soldiers who defended all those other people. So the farms and things would be clustered and scattered around in these areas more so than little isolated unprotected villages. Um, so it will have some houses and things scattered out around in here, and as we get more decorative, even though we'll maintain these as our fields to kind of produce from, we may scatter around a little sheep herder, something that's got some walls and stuff out there, a port, a little wharf kind of thing, more than a port, that has some buildings on the waterfront here, fishermen shacks and all that. I can see it going quite in depth if we survive long enough, and as we go. So one thing we can do here is top off our furnace finally, and I think we're real close to another full stack. That's great. Our flint is good. We're going to want that. And look at that. We're already up to 10 pieces of obsidian. So very nice. Flint and steel as a tool goes in here, and arrows always stock up there. Then we have our junk box here where the flowers all go. Leather, bones, and I think that's gonna be it. Food box, golden apple. That's actually our first one. We haven't crafted any, but now we could. Got raw beef. We won't bother cooking that. Raw glistering melons. Technically not food, but hey, close enough, right? Run that over by the chickens. Run these over to the chickens as well, because we only need 4. And we've got to maybe we do that. I was thinking like, oh, we'll probably need deep slate sooner rather than later, but let's go clothing and tools. And we've all, as you can see, that gold tools and stuff don't last. It went so fast. That was just the skeletons. It's almost done, but we can still get the full XP on a grindstone out of that. So now we'll just plan to scrub it, and these little guys can go in here. And did I have a full stack of torches that whole time and I just blinded it? Awesome. Very soon we'll start making more golden apples, but we don't have that many yet to make it worthwhile. Until I can get like 16, I don't feel it's worthwhile to carry them and take up the inventory space. So we'll just hold off until we have a bit more gold. We've certainly got the apples this time. All right. Do we get a chicken? No, I don't think we've had one yet. But we can get 2 more chickens now, at least. Yeah, just 2. Good. Happy growing up chickens. And of course, while we're here, we are going to do cows again. And I'll do this. Want to thank everybody that's been supporting the channel. Tons and tons and tons of views on yesterday's stuff over on Twitch. Well, in both YouTube and Twitch, I think we were up over a dozen views in YouTube, which is it's pretty good. You know, sometimes it'll spike when YouTube decides that, hey, we're going to promote you for once a month or whatever. And then all of a sudden you're like, hey, I got a couple hundred views. That's awesome. And then all those go back and it returns to the normal. You know, I have some videos that sit down around 5, 6. I have some that shoot up into the 20s in the YouTube side of things. Anybody, you're always appreciated when you guys see something out there that you like and want to drop by and check it out. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Love your comments. Let me know if you've got tips, tricks, just feedback on what I'm doing around the world. I'd love to hear it. I think we've got to go do another. I think we got to go out in the outer waters and do that next boat trip. That's going to mess with me. The reason is we don't yet have... Well, you know what? No. What we're going to do, we're going to go to the village because there's a hole there that we've seen iron in. And I think we're to that point, but before we go on the boat trip, which I think we still need to do, you know, if we can find a shipwreck, get some whatever loot stuff, that would be a huge boost to us and a big help. But I want to get the iron shirt going before, because those arrows, man, they do so much damage when even one piece of your gear is leather. And you can see already the durability is going down. We haven't done much combat at all. It's not very good parking. Let's go all the way down to the village. I know the hole is closer, but I think we'll go feed the bees and check on the hives, see if there's honey. I don't think they've continued. I don't know that bees do anything when... And I don't know if this is technically within our spawn chunks either. So... The other village... Yeah, see how no honey dripping there. There is honey over there, though. So let's gear up here. Those... Don't need that yet, I don't think. Oh, man, I only had 8. I thought I had like 30 dandelions over here. And we would be good to go. All right, anywhere we see a couple bees close by each other, we're going to try to breed them. But in the meantime, we do that. I don't see that any of the hives are dripping yet, unfortunately. I don't hear any of the bees around, but let's go ahead and make this next one. Again, just what I was talking about with the Alone TV show stuff. It's these passive systems where we're going to get iron out of a hole, but as long as we're close enough, the bees will continue to do their thing. So they're passively helping us by helping these crops grow faster, um, making more and more bees in the area, which I hope we don't need to relocate to our farm. I hope we have a little bit of good fortune, but the same way, once I get to the point where I'm passively planting trees and hoping for bee nests, if that isn't working out, then I can, try to bait them along with flowers and get some new bees back at home, which is where I've got a passive food system that is less dependent on any kind of luck. Oh, that was the fourth bee. See, they always look so big when they're over your head, almost indistinguishable. And then you look at them on the ground, and it's like, oh no. Any? Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Somebody else here. Somebody else here wants it. There. Okay, now go settle into these hives. I thought it was night. I guess he's still going to his house. So, come on, night. All right, we're 2 hours in. We are going now to get the iron. I think we've done enough there. We got two more baby. Oh, every time. This is the problem with bees. They don't give you a natural pause very often to cycle stuff. So they can be very just, oh, now I've wasted an hour playing with bees because they pop out when you least expect it because they have the hives. It's not like, oh, I just fed them all and it's done. No, 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 no. There's going to be a bunch. So we do need to remember at some point when we're coming this way, bring this stack or two of dandelions here. I'd like to protect a bunch of those and have them back around home. And maybe one thing we should do is make a single hive and take it back by the house because if, as far as I know, you breed up bees, right? And they go, oh, are there any available spaces? Each of these bee nests can have up to 3 bees. And if there aren't, then they just kind of start wandering. And I don't know that there's a range. I'm hoping that, enough will get over here. Then we just start turning our focus to feeding and collecting off those guys. And it ends up being all good. I don't yet know a real good way to get down into this particular hole. As you can see, it's very deep. And this side, where we kind of seem to have better steps down into it, we don't have. Oh, come on. There you go. There you go. If we can do that, this is going to make this a lot darker. I'm not sure I'm down with that, but safer too that we don't fall in the hole. And now we can go down to there. And well, I guess we're going to be staying on that level for a bit. But eventually, I know this wall dropped down. Right? Better have some light. And I can reach there. There. Alright, now we're cooking. Maybe. Oh. We don't need much iron. Need a little more than that, though. Yeah, this'll work. Let's go here. Oh. I hear you guys. Don't like those floaty blocks. Oh boy. I didn't really prepare for that with more tools, did I? Should be able to get those easily just by going back upstairs, though. Oh boy. That's bigger. It's bigger than we wanted. I don't know where you are, Mr. Zombie. But I don't like your floating blocks. Even if they might be landing spots. Alright, let's get bugged out. Don't like that. No. Not at all. Okay. Now, I think if we do that, I think we'll see enough even later on to know move that block and then go down the stairs. But what that'll do is keep other mobs from coming up and getting our friendly neighborhood villagers. I don't want to open up that whole cave system to just, hey, zombies, come on up. It's a beautiful place to hang out. That would be bad. Can't beat the iron ore. That's what I was trying to do. Alright, in the box, you and you. We need... We'll need to chop trees eventually, unfortunately, but... You go back away. Definitely want to hang on to those. Bees are doing their things, and again, we could grab more honey from both of those, but I think we'll store it for now. And when we're done, we'll grab the shears out, light the campfires, and grab the honeycombs that are there and just set up available hives so that if we get any stray bees in the area, maybe they settle down. Passive passive systems. Fish traps, snares, that kind of stuff. Those we don't have in this game, but if you do find yourself in a survival type situation like those, get a bunch of those things going early, and for a longer period of time, you'll have multiple chances each day of getting food that you don't have to work for. And it keeps other resources that you do have available longer, right? Because you're spreading out your effort, and that can be, small fish traps or snare lines for the smaller animals. And in any habitat, there's going to be more mice and squirrels and those kinds of animals than there are big old deer or elk or anything like that, which you might think of as, oh, I'm going to go hunting for food. A big old elk will hold me over. Well, yeah. However, even if you're really successful at getting that, you can more quickly exhaust the capacity to get those. And I think the show is set up that it always happens this way, where they always start late in, kind of late summer, early fall, so that the progression is increasingly difficult for the people that are continuing to survive. It's going to get colder. The daylight is going to get less. You're going to lose any ability to rely on plant materials because they're all gone, but shortly. So you want, if at all possible, you want to be able to get those big game animals late, right? When you're cold and you're using so many more calories each and every day just to stay warm and keep from freezing. And at night you're huddling there and shivering and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, that's a big factor in getting some snares or some fish traps and all that kind of stuff set up. Again, beyond just the simple mental fact that when you go in the morning and you find, hey, my trap worked, I got something today, you get a huge boost and you didn't spend any energy that particular day, maybe, to do it. Conversely, if you've got a half dozen fish traps and a few are empty and a couple got hit, but one got pulled out of the water and, obviously an animal took advantage of it, you don't get quite as bummed out when your hard work got stolen by some other critter because you've got multiple options, right? And then, if you add into that you've also got a snare line set up on a game run back in a woods or something in a different environment, well, that's going to help even more in a longer term situation like these where the people are trying to last for several months, because mixing up fish and small game animals and a big game animal, you're going to get, based on their diets, you're going to get different nutrients out of their meat. Everything will have calories and that's good, but you may get different vitamins and minerals and that kind of stuff from a deer that eats vegetation almost exclusively and a rodent or something that is, I don't know, maybe eating berries. Or I kind of talking out of my butt here a little bit, but that's different than a fish, which is great. They've got a lot of fatty acids and all that kind of stuff, but when you can't just go drink a glass of orange juice, if you're eating the same, if you're a good fisherman and you're getting fish all the time, yay for you, you're staying alive, but your body is eventually going to start missing out on maybe it's iron or something, I don't know, something that maybe a different type of animal has that a fish doesn't, or even if it's just a shellfish or something like that. But most importantly, you're not having to stand there every day. You go walk your trap lines and you set or bait maybe some set fishing lines that could catch you like a trout or salmon or a walleye or whatever kinds of waters you're in, what the fish are that are there. Um, you set a half dozen of those, and you set a few fish traps that could. I gotta put this cup like on the far end of the table. So you get some lines for bigger fish, and then you get some of the basket like traps for of various sizes and depths to get different types and varieties of fish, and to see, because you just make a fish basket and you throw it in there, you might not be in the spot where the fish are. Can I have your shirt when you are dead? That's another Three Amigos line. Can I have your watch when you are dead? Thank you, pal. And it's not even too beat up. I was hitting him in the head, that's why. Now, I thought, yep, here's the skelly. Oh, are you going to catch on fire now? Oh, you are. That's too bad. I feel really bad for you. Not so bad that I'm not going to hit you with my sword a few times. No bow, but we'll take the shirt. Look at us. That is fantastic. All right, now this and this, back down in the hole, top that off. Now we're going to go back down this way and see if this connects us to that bigger hole that I haven't really seen a way down into yet. Hey, kitty, I'm here on a rescue. I'm like a fireman. You want to get out of the tree? Don't run away from me. Come here. Come on. Get out of the hole. Although if I chase you this way, I think even if they're not tamed, they'll still scare the creepers. All right, bye. Go back up to the surface. No idea if this is just the direction of that hole. It would be really nice if we could link up. I guess if I don't hit it, we'll go back up to the surface and kind of just look like, am I on line with it? Seems like a kind of far away. I gotta get a better idea of what we're doing. Let's fill these in. Mr. Kitty hopefully got out. Alright, so, yeah, roughly this. That tree might, well, does that keep going? Oh, not really, does it? You stay out of holes, kitty. We should do a little sword fishing and maybe get a cat friend. So let's go back this way. Alright, there we go. We snuck up on it. We snuck up on something. Where was that iron? There it is. Oh, perfect. Let's start there. So now a little. This is a little less necessary. Now that we have our iron shirt, we don't need to worry so much about getting iron before we go on our boat trip. Clearly we do. Although, I don't think that's going to help me save myself from myself and falling off of walls. Just glad that was a short drop. Now we got some coal up high, but what I'd really like to do, even... as we... Creeper... We could go... Oh man, it is so far. Now that we're in here... Let's do... Oh. Oh, come on. Aim. There. Alright, now we don't even have to wander around. And I should definitely do this, because coming up those stairs and totally forgetting, hopping right over the edge and falling back down to our death, I could see myself doing that. Alright. Now... I think... like, there's nothing back there obvious that would be a good retention. So I think I'm going to go, what do we want to call that, like 30? Let's call it 30. 6 times that we're going to go as far as we can reach. That was 1. 2. Halfway. There's 4. And this seems to be... as good as we could want. That's going back to the ravine kind of stuff, but nice little cave that may wind back down to it naturally, may have goodies, may have monsters, but we're much more capable now. Alright, didn't have too much in the way of goodies or monsters or anything else, but it does have us a little further along here. And I think let's... more light here. All you guys that get upset that I don't pick up enough copper ore, there you go. More copper. Maybe we can make some of the raw copper blocks. Doesn't require cooking or use of our coal. Alright, this could get a little hairy here for a second. Mainly if something drops on our head. And let's get this out. So we got that whole extra cavern. Let's try to run the ravine. I know we've got more loot back that way. Okay, here. I think we're gonna go there and there. Oh, no, 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 no. It's the one way you don't want to do it in. Now, is that gonna keep flowing? Nope, we're good. So we still got that giving us a little bit of light. We can dispose of stuff into it. I like to keep the lava around, but it won't block us getting up and down. Oh, sorry, I was talking up with my mic up. That won't keep us from moving up and down the ravine as much anymore, which is handy. And now we just want to go see, are there any more goodies? Obvious. There's some iron up that way. Quite down to a stack yet. That will go quickly once we get into caves. And this could get wild as soon as we go over the top here, because we already saw that there were a lot of mobs kind of gathered up, and I don't know that this is as difficult to get past on the other. Yeah, see how it just is natural level there. So what's our escape is here. Back up. I don't think anything's gonna run too far on our tail there, but you know what we can do? Let's just build this. Now if they're really smart, they can go around. But let's just build this into a little pit trap. With jumping. Can't get through there. Can't get through there, right? So if we have to run with our hair on fire, and a massive cave's worth of monsters on our heels, they can stay in the massive cave. Lots of iron, lots of death from above potential. Oh, did we? This is after that drop creeper. That's gonna be the biggest thing. Could one spawn up there while I'm standing here? Who knows? I know there was more. There's some iron. This stuff a little tricky because if it gets into nighttime, it's gonna be very much spawnable. Okay, man. Boom. Boom. Who's next? Nobody has to be next. You guys can all just keep your distance. It's fine. So this is our little hole here. And getting light past it, so there's less likely of things to drop from that gap. Didn't see you. Dude! I hate that. Oh, there's two. Crap. I don't have a bow. Alright, well we don't take the massive damage that we were. Okay, come on then. Wait, are they shoot? Oh, no, you were burning. Because daylight. One down. Is that him? Come here. Come on. What that sound was. A torch, maybe? Yeah, I know. You're a jerk. I had to take 2 steps in just so that you would come. Now where'd he go? Did he burn up? Had he already been on fire? No, he's right there. What are you doing, dude? Thought you wanted to get me. Come on then. Get. Come on. Chimey level. Those are not ideal because they may get us more difficulty. Oh, hey, what's up, man? Who knows? Notices. Since probably noon your time, I think you're central. Yeah, we're in a big hole. We got iron shirt. We did some exploring, getting iron, and trying not to die. That's the main thing. But yeah, you're welcome, dude, and don't worry about it. Hopefully we're having a good day. Out and about. We got a zombie coming. This is rather hostile. Now, if he calls to his buddies, that wouldn't be the worst thing. Not the skelly. I don't know that they do that, but the zombies do. So yeah, Troy, things seem better. Knock on wood. We'll see. don't mess it up. But yeah, so far so good. And in terms of the world, we've been doing great. More progress. Lots of looking around. We found another village. We took a little boat trip. Worked on the bees. Oh, there's an Enderman. I assume that was an arrow, not the. I don't hear an Enderman. I don't like when they show up out of the dark. So I don't know about the notification. I didn't update the schedule, and I don't think you're on Twitter, right? I didn't tweet. But you're right. Usually it would say Habbage is going live or Habbage just went live, right? So I don't know that I would have had to or could have done anything to trigger that. But I'm a little. I just figured you got busy or whatever, and yeah, I know you'd said, hey, you were looking forward to it. Is that 2 Endermen now? We really need a bow. Guess we can do that now. So I see the one skelly. Let's go, since he's that way, let's go back here. We'll just kind of try to keep working the path of least resistance. There comes a zombie. Let's do a quick dip. Quick dip. Run away. I critted you, and you just push right through? Dang it. By the time I was like, oh, I should get to my water bucket and put that out, it was done. It's a very big cave. And this is off to the side of the bee village. So pretty convenient. I hope the bee village. I've been trying to sleep. There's a creeper. I've been trying to sleep and keep the 2 creepers. This is one where unlikely. You just took no damage. I see how it is. Creeper. And I had to hit him twice, so he effectively took no damage. Great. Great. I'd love that spider. Very good. Very, very good. Just took the time, kind of made some lunch, cleaned up a little bit, did some round the place stuff, and got back to it. It's very nice. And don't know any more about what was going on there. I basically just left the. That's interesting. Left the laptop. Oh no! I let it get nighttimey. This could be bad not only for me but for the village. Yeah, it basically just tried to shut everything down. Dang it! I kept the. I was caught in my own trap. Ooh, should we see how it works? Will you fall in it? He will. Welcome, zombie. Yo, yeah, yeah, yeah. This guy. When you're out um, unsettled and not leaving your bed in a fixed spot, it rolls past all the advancements and everything pretty fast. All right, let's stay up on this ridge. Oh, 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 oh. Ow. You can't get me. Fall in the hole. Did he fall in the hole? Zombie would. Nope. Ow. Nothing. There was that spider over there. I don't know if he despawned. I was kind of hoping to get his string. Uh, This is see last world. This is what terrifies me at the moment. Anything dropping from those dark corners up above. Oh, so chat. Well, Troy, VOD viewers, all of you guys. I forgot to mention anything about it, but I should shout out James. Uh, James was my Uber driver home last night, and you know, James, I don't want to overhype it, but he basically saved our lives last night because it was trivia night, which was good, and I like to have a beer or two at trivia night, and I've made it very clear I'm not a big fan of the old driving home, even if you've just had a beer or two and you think you're fine, don't do it. This was the good example why even if you think you're 100% fine, you can navigate. You didn't have that much. You're only a little bit of a beer or something. Um, Last night was the example why you don't do that. So um, after it all, I order an Uber and I'm headed home. And the guy shows up and all is good, right? He's ready to take me back. Well, the little navigation thing tells him to go out one of the exits of the. It's kind of like in a little strip mall thing. There's a fitness center, a car wash, and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like just a row of buildings, but it's kind of a whole corner, right? And you can turn in from one of a couple different directions. Well, it took him back to a different road, but there was a no right turn, eh, no left turn. Sorry, um, to go the way towards my house, and he's kind of looking and he sees the sign and he's all like, "Oh yeah, this doesn't seem right." And I'm like, "Oh, it's cool. Don't worry about it. Like, yeah, you don't want to follow the road that it's going to have you turn onto, but I got you." And there's a second entrance to the same little shopping area kind of thing that has like a through street all the way across it, and then leads onto the main road on the opposite side, which would work out just fine for what the way that he needed to go to get me home, complete the ride. So I'm trying to tell him that, and I'm like, all right, well, yeah, you turn this way, and he's like, wait, this isn't the right way though, and I was like, "No, you're right, it's not," and he started to slow down to turn into where I was saying. I said, yeah, that's right, go straight. Here, as in you're making this turn, go straight. Well, he's like, wait, I'm supposed to keep going straight? Like, don't make the turn. And at the same time, the GPS thing on a busy 2-lane road that everybody speeds on and has no streetlights or anything, and is on a big curve, the one that we're currently going the wrong direction on, it says make a U-turn in the middle of this road. And yeah, we're at like a turn into a parking lot, but it's not like it's just the turn, right? In the middle of this like painted line divided two-way road. I don't know if it's a highway, but it's a busy single lane fast traffic road when there's nobody going slow in front of you. So as I'm seeing, I'm looking around the turn and going like, yeah, kind of pointing and going, you can go on ahead past this building and get out. And the thing says make a U-turn, and he's like, oh wait, I'm supposed to go straight on the road. So he had started to turn, and then he kind of like corrected back, going the wrong way, and he's like, should I turn? And just as he's like coming back out, this dude must have done 80, who'd seen him just start to pull over and was like, well, who cares? I'm going. And we hadn't even gotten fully out of the lane anyway, but he was just like, doesn't matter. You're going to go turn off of this road, and I can't be bothered to slow down for you to get out of my way. And it's not a passing lane there; it's a double yellow. I know the road well; I drive it all the time. Um, so he was, basically nobody was coming at us anyway, and who knows what the directions were that. Oh yeah, just make a U-turn here. Um, he just pulled over into the other lane, but the Uber driver was starting to turn and then was like, ah, and we both see this guy just whip by, and thank God he knew enough to check his blind spot, right, and see this guy just super speeder, right, and I think the speed limit there is 45 or 50. Um, Maybe as low as 40, but people kind of push it up to 45, 50, and it's got a big S curve, but it's not too terrible. And usually somebody's driving well below the speed limit because it's got curves and there's a bridge further down and all that. So people just generally drive below the speed limit. But this was, it had just gotten dark, and I don't know what this other dude was doing, but James saw him and yanked the car back, instantly. Instead of following through with that, he was like, "Oh, I can't go back," and gone. And I know, had I been driving after having had just a couple beers with dinner, I don't think my reaction time would have been as good. So it just goes to show, you may not be hammered, you may be thinking you're perfectly fine, but there's always wild cards out there, and I haven't seen anybody doing something that reckless in a long time, that could have been really. Oh, now there's two. See, this is why I hate the skeletons up against these big dark caves, because they won't pursue you. They'll just back off, and then you get more and more mobs giving you attention, and you gotta sadly be way too patient. See, and then look at him. Yeah, come this way, jerk. See, and look, he's gonna immediately go that way, so that if we try to come at him, he gives ground and goes back to the middle. All right, go that way, dude. Oh, man. Nope. You don't get to go that way. Don't like skellies. Until we can shoot back. Then they're fine. Alright. Also, you gotta watch out for the Enderman in the dark that you just happen to put your crosshair on, and all of a sudden we're really dead. Now we know there's at least one more skelly out here somewhere. So he was shooting at us. This looks deadly. Nope. No. Oh, that's almost all our deal, and it looks like nighttime again. No, maybe that's just the cave. Close enough. Let's get out of here. Don't jinx it. But I like that smell. I hope it's a good smell. The long-lived Minecraft world. Not like used hockey gear in a trunk. That's a bad smell too. It's not as bad as thermos milk, but bad smell. All right, let's get out of here. And we'll come back over. Remember, we're going to take the honeycomb from the two active nests and bring that back home, so that if stray bees wander by us while we're working on other stuff. Oh, look at how many bees there are now and how much extra honey. good. So we can actually finish this. Let's put that away. I don't think we need that dirt. We're going to grab a bunch more here shortly. We want that. And this. Oh, and we need these two. Put those there. All right. Let's get these that are out of the way first. I didn't grab any flowers today. All right, out of the hole. Go on. Let me do my thing, B. That one. That one. Then these three. Do I care to walk through here? I think we'll do our standard deal over on the other, but here, oh, I need to anyway. Never mind, because we've got these little trapdoors. All right, we can see which one. Oh, do we have 4 now? No, just 3. Here, here, and here. Here, here, and here. And before any of the bees can accidentally burn themselves up. Hi there, Mr. Golem. And we have this so that if any of them ever pop on top, we can just walk through the flower bed and jump and probably grab them all. If it's even a deal. Awesome. So we now have 4. We missed honeycomb somewhere. We should have 5 bee hives worth of... There it is. 5 hives. And we need... How many more to finish this? 3? Just make them all. Oh, no. Now we got to go get trees. It's all right. It's all good. This won't take us long. Yeah, we'll just go. I know we planted a bunch of saplings in town, but don't want you there. Don't want you there. 30 planks. So if we get like 10, 12 pieces of log, we'll be fine. Six, I think. Wasn't really counting. This should be a medium tree, so we should be able to reach everything. That other one is too tall. Nice. When will you be streaming Stardew? No idea. I'm having my moment of temptation kind of passed. I'm way too fired up to be starting this off, but I'm. If I read that as enthusiasm, I'm psyched. That's awesome. It would be great to do another Stardew. Yeah, fancy honey boxes. That's what they are. Yeah, no, it's a game I like, but I don't have an immediate plan while this is going. Like the first time I ever did it, it was going into the holidays, and I was like, oh, I need a bunch of content for YouTube. This was before I was streaming a lot. I need a bunch of content, so why don't I just play like a day's worth of Stardew, and I'll just break it up into episodes and have them, an hour long each day through the Christmas holiday kind of time. worked out great, and I think people enjoyed the variety. They enjoyed that there was some content there for them while I was otherwise, off on vacation, not worrying about it. So um, I don't think we have to wait that long, but I doubt I would, but something like that maybe the trigger, or maybe this will just we'll get to a point and it'll be like, man, I'm not feeling too much Minecraft at the moment. Let's do something different, because there's never a problem with mixing things up. All right, so I'd only spent like 2 episodes wondering why these leaves hadn't decayed before I thought, maybe we missed a log somewhere. Let's check. All right, now all that should decay, and we should be able to see this. And not particularly a fancy bee box, but I'm excited that they're already spreading into it, and these crops should begin to get a good benefit. Unfortunately, I don't see that these guys have replanted anything, but even if they've done it, then the wheat that I replaced all the carrots and potatoes and stuff with. And I don't trust them with the few beet seeds that we do have. I don't trust these guys to spread those out. We could switch that eventually, but I forgot. Oh, there's carrots. So what am I going to do? Oh, I don't even have a seed. Here, we'll do this. Don't forget that we have the flint and steel in our hand, and we need to take that back. That was what I was about to do when I saw the carrot. So I just did more of what Oh, now they only have... Why do they only grow wheat? Because I keep stealing all their other stuff. And I don't know the under the hood mechanics of it all, but I think they need to have carrots in their inventory. So if they go harvest, it's all good. But if they don't, then they eventually end up with only what they're working out of the fields. This is what I was talking about earlier, where you can spend all day on honey, because all of a sudden it's like, oh, look, that one's dripping. All right, well, let's get that. Now we can feed the bees again, and we've done a 4-hour episode. But this is why. As we've been breeding those bees, certainly a few have gone and found the hives that I made and hung out. But look at this guy. Now he's got pollen on his butt, so he may just be doing pollinating and going back home. But some of them won't have found the hives, and they'll just fly off, and they'll kind of be like, I don't know. It happens when I get lots and lots of bees around the fields too. And you'll be out, far away, and one will just be headed out over the ocean, taken off. So I'm kind of hoping that if we put up the hives, even though we don't bring a bee over or anything like that, that some of them may just accidentally happen upon us before we even set up trees and flowers and all that to try to get more bee nests to occur. Maybe we get lucky. If we don't, so be it. That's not a big problem for us. We just want to give them a chance. And what I'll probably do for now is just stick it right on this taller tree there. So he's got the vacancy sign up on the bee hotel, and it can check in whenever it likes. All right, so Troy, you didn't get to see much of what we've done. We did expand out, so modified, normal old camp, same stuff, everything we normally do. We're gonna cook those, obviously. We got animal and clothing stuff in here. Random stuff. That. We got a bunch of flowers. We found a meadow. We need to sleep. Coffee. We this box for those guys. And some of that is a bit redundant. Because I think we started storing those over in the hole, but this is certainly more convenient for the time being. Dirt 2, lumber, and put those away. I never... Ah! Now you can watch me get mad the next time we go over to the village and they're not in the box. Alright, torches. Sticks. Boom. Let's get some of the more of this done. Just go here to start. I'd kind of like to just do the outer edge and put down cobble, but I think that slows us down from getting the farms going. So does doing this horizontally, but we're not even to the part where the crops are going to go. What I'd really like to do is just get to the point where the old water was here, right as we're coming up here on the right. Cut these into a couple different little sections. That makes that chunk easy to just do mentally, right? You know, this feels like a grind when you're going up and down these long runs. Breaking it into little sections or doing a little bit that still has a hill on it or something, that to me seems a little less painful. And I'd love to use iron tools, and now that we have 40 some or whatever on the furnace, that can be a reality as soon as this is done. But while those are cooking, we can use up all these stone shovels and probably get a really good chunk of all this work done. Alright, this cuts it. And then we've got a couple little chunks. Just to finish up, we may even go a different... May even go a different direction on the next pass. Adding to the text chat. The bed again? Is that what you're talking about? Or, I don't know if I missed something there. I assume you meant just the sleeping. Add it. Did we get we didn't get another advancement yet, though, since getting the shield. We still don't have string, so I can't get... can't get one for fishing. Really wanted that spider. I really wanted a couple spiders so I could make a bow first, but a fishing pole would be nice. We saw some dogs, or wolves. Now we have bone. We could go get a dog friend. We could sword some fish. Oh, I didn't pay attention again. And get a cat. Maybe that one that we rescued from the whole cave we were just exploring. There's a zombie up there. Looks like something that's just a little bluish green. Maybe it's water behind the grass. What we should do, again, we're just kind of breaking stuff up. I'm going to try to get some work done on this every stream. So just thinking through here, I don't think this will be what we work on for the rest of the day or anything. But we should create at least a little holding paddock for a horse or two, because we only have the 2 leads. I can't really secure them, but make a little area and go tame a few so that we can start horse riding around in this area now that we've circled it a little bit. Know there's some other caves and things out there. Oh, look, see that guy, he heard me talking. He's like, I want to be your horse. I want to be your horse. Give me a saddle. It would be great. So that's something we have the stuff to do right now, and it would be a big help. But I think what I'd like to do is, obviously we're going to get this little chunk done, and then I'd like to get the first field or 2, the first water channel and all that. I'd like to get it marked in cobble and set up. And we'll probably go... What we'll probably do is not set it with any single crop. Well, one of them probably we will. Maybe wheat. But the others we'll probably get every carrot and every beet that we have in the ground so that those can be growing up. And then when we have other fields ready, we've got more of the, because we've got like 5 beet seeds, if that. It might be 3. So getting those in the ground and started with our first field would be a big help. The other thing we could do is once the potatoes are done there, we could do wheat and potatoes, because we'll have 4 each of those, and have a complete field, and do the carrots and the beets over here, so that we can keep spreading them while we feed the pigs and the cows and the chickens and all that. So lots of possibilities, but I'd like to get those first 2 fields going. You guys then will have more to look at in terms of a layout. We will have more in terms of that passive help while we're doing something as ongoing as carving out these fields. And oh, by the way, these are the 3 that are just the outer edge. So that next one is the first line that we're actually going to be leveling on a field, and we need to do 9 of those to be fully farming. But it's not, we just did a big chunk up there. It's not too terrible, and it'll go quicker once we use up all these stone shovels and start the iron shoveling. That'll help a little bit more. And this is our end down here. So let's go over here, because at this end we can dump the dirt where it actually should go. Hey, look at you, horsey. You're an indoor horse. All right, store the dirt to make our defenses, or improve our defenses. So many horses. We walked past a group of dark horses back, I think it's on that hill, and there were like 16 of them, all black. They right. You get this little clump of white horses, and over time, the more time we spend here, right, they've scattered out a little bit. The one is all the way into the deal, and this one is wandering over from some other group. But you get the little groups of similar horses when the terrain develops. I've never seen 16 all together, and all stuck on the side of a mountain too. It was wild. We got all. I think I've seen all the horse types. We got the brown with the light manes over there. There are some dark brown on brown. We've got dappled grays back towards the villages. We obviously have the donkeys. So we could open up a horse emporium. Whatever kind of horse you want, we got. Now, 5 more? Okay, so this is the first one. That's a field, that's the water, and then there. Let's do one extra, just so we have an edge. And we'll frame this field. I should stand for a bit, especially when we're just going through blindly here. I should be looking more closely at the ground under my feet so I don't fall in a hole, right? Can happen. I got Troy saying that this world smells like fresh baked bread out of the oven, because that's what long-term worlds smell like. And if that's the case, then we have to be on the lookout for just those kinds of things, right? You get careless and a little bit sloppy, and hey, it's very unlikely, right, that just right up here you're going to open up something, but drop some more than 30 blocks, we're dead, right? So, and yeah, that's just a bad combination of luck, but if we can hold ourselves to breaking the block out that far ahead, at least I see, oh, look at that, it's a hole. We should be careful. Sometimes that's hard to do, though, because you just want to get the dirt out. Get the dirt. Alright. More shovel combo. Alright, the 5th shovel is now the spare. We're down to 4. Will the stone shovels get the field cleared? I think they'll probably take care of what we've got left here, as long as I remember to combine them a little bit. I think we'll need the iron to do the ring around the actual fields. And for those of you guys who don't know, I should just show you this. So, quite by chance, because we were just kind of like, all right, how much room do we have to work with? We are sitting at negative 100 on the Z, and that is our increase in this direction. So, we've got easy counter on how far our fields out are. And I'll do my best to show kind of how I approach making sure that everything lines up and you got good space and know what's going on here. As soon as we get all this stuff out of the way. Yet, Troy, correct me if I'm wrong. If I do a good job about combining the shovels, I don't think I've finished a full field or got one set up like this since I was showing you the 1.18 world that is still just kind of mothballed. that had the fields already laid out in it, but I don't think I built one. So as you can see, we're at negative 185 here. So in a field where we're trying to get 64 long crops, we've got 21 extra tiles to work with. And in part, that's to allow for the fences, so that takes it down to 19. And I think what we'll do is count 11 from this near side and then leave the side out by the river, which, while right now it's our camp, that's going to be the further side from home. So that one can be slightly smaller. And I may pull that back a little bit to this side, because we don't need that much space to set up chests and have the various farm implement stuff. So I may pull that back to like a have two wide, but then like 4-5 blocks beyond that. That allows us a double chest section and still a lot of room to maneuver where we're not bumping into it if we're going forward or backward. We'll do something along those lines. And then with the space down at the far end of the field, maybe we can put that to better use since we won't need storage down at that end. We could do composting into bone meal, or we could do cocoa farm. Our bamboo could be enclosed within it down there. I don't know. There's lots of stuff we could do with that space that doesn't just have to be stoned over, right? So we'll see. Maybe put a little raised berry bed in there that we build up like a planter with some trapdoors or something. I don't know. Well, and maybe we do a bunch of those different things in small batches and just have a variety of stuff down there. Because we won't need a ton of any of that stuff. Bamboo being a little bit the exception, but we haven't found that yet, so not a big concern just yet. Yeah, the terraces, right? Yep. And unfortunately, we don't have. I was very excited about the terraces because I definitely checked out some cool stuff on my trip, driving through different towns and all that architecture stuff that fit into that hillside world. I was looking at that. Now, we don't have a lot of that here, and it's not really going to fit in on this. Obviously, we're going for flat here, actual farming. But like I said, I don't know if you were here. It'll be in the VOD. I was talking about kind of the layout in the medieval village and stuff spilling outside the wall, and that there would be maybe some farm huts scattered around these fields and the animals and stuff, but that in addition to this, which will be our productive, this will be the one that I continue to use long term. I need carrots. All right, well, I'm going to go turn all the fields and have carrots and anything else that I need when I'm done. But that doesn't mean I can't make little fields and little sheep pastures where the shepherd lives in a cottage somewhere out in the distance, and he just has a little herd of sheep and takes care of them. That's the kind of creative building and stuff that I would love to do more of. And of course, that includes having either been working on or laid out or continuing to do at the same time a castle and all the rest of it. So there's a lot to get to, but would be really fun to add all those little details as we go. So anyway, we've talked about all that. The next step is we are going to completely drop all of our dirt. And we are then not going to have to count aloud. We have to a little bit here just to make extra sure that we're in the right place. So starting from this corner, 1, 2, 3, that's wall going that way, and then a 2 wide path on the outside. So this is going to be the line for our first hoed ground, right, where we're going to have a crop. And then we're standing on the wall here. 1, 2 is the path. And then, as I said, I think 1, 2 here would be the chests, and we'll put 4 per field, so we'll have lots of storage. And then 1, 2, 3 is going to be the edge of the field. Now, that's actually got to be dirt. Then we go over 4. This is the irrigation. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is going to be stone on the outside. So let's get this guy goes here. We're going to sleep. Maybe. Yeah, oh yeah. Just like we talked about in the previous world. I forgot you hadn't maybe caught the beginning of the other one. But yeah, absolutely. This is going to be the medieval thing we were talking about in that previous world that the creeper came and stole, because we got the same kind of hill fort idea. So very top of the hill, that's going to be the keep. That'll be the stone with a small castle, but a castle and a little chapel and maybe a barracks and the stuff you need for last resort defenses, with a stone curtain wall on the inside of the top of the hill there. And then inside of this, that's where we're going to have, building faces coming out of the rock, other little buildings built inside, some kind of a dirt and wood wall that builds out around based on this. And then we'll clean up some of these extra hills, or put little buildings on the outside of the fence on there. So top is stone and castle and all the kind of last fallback. Inside the wall is kind of the merchants and the town stuff, and then outside the wall are all the farmers and the buildings and their homes and whatnot. So that's what we got. Now this is where, shoot, what did I get out of here? Dirt. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. There. And now we just go until we have 64 pieces of dirt. Oh, I'm doing the same thing again, too. I'm not looking for a hole. 64 pieces of dirt in our pockets, and then we know we are good to go. We can double check that with the F3. And hopefully we didn't miss any. That's why we have to double check. Sometimes you see, oh, wait, there's one that got away. 60. And if all is right, oh, wait, no, because I wasn't counting, right? Because we did 64 plus 7, so absolutely, 171, perfectly right. So now we go out one more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, boom, and that should be lined up to go all the way back along. Uh-oh. This is where I thought I was going to need iron anyway. Let's not get stuck at the far end and have to run. Boom. We'll just make a bunch of sticks, because we'll probably need torches here soon anyway. And now we don't need just full inventory of shovels. What we also do need, though, is that. All right, 2 iron shovels. We don't need you. Sticks. That should be down. Come back and grab all these. And it feels so much faster now. And then you think like, oh, it could be diamond efficiency 5. With netherite and mending, and we'd be just flying down this, but this beats stone, and it certainly beats wood or hand. Alright, and then we go one beyond this. There. And hey, raining. That's good. Farmers like rain, right? I'm just tapping. I can't quite hold down the key for W just to be moving forward. The iron isn't that fast. But sweet. Now, more convenient here to leave them. Grab all the cobble. And depending on where we end up, we could at least use those coming back. Hopefully this doesn't turn into a storm or any other form of a disaster. I should have paid closer attention to when I started this and how much time it's taking us to set this up. It'd be good to know. Okay, it's about this much time to clear the ground and all that. Of course, I put a lot of work into it in the first stream when we were filling in the water and preparing the rest of the landscape. Oh, you know what I should have been doing all this time? I should have been feeding the cows and the chickens and the pigs, too. Let's go do that. Oh, look at all these potatoes. Ready to go. No, we said we weren't going to... We'll see once we harvest all those potatoes. But you guys... Nope. Need the wheats. So, yeah, they could have done a whole, 2 generations of babies growing up and adults getting hungry again. Get them here now, though. And then some seeds for the chickens. Oh, look at that. That's like 4 young chickens. Two! Finally, we got some luck with the eggs. Alright. Chicken's done, cow's done. Those are the 2 that I really care about, so we'll call it good. Let's see how these potatoes are actually doing. A couple little stragglers, but we're close. And let's go. That's not what I wanted. Let's go ahead and switch these out. Because I think we've got enough to... Oh. There we go. Wait. What did I just... Oh, that was 5. I can count. Alright, carrots. So this is good because now while we're setting up the field and getting potatoes and wheat going, these will already be getting started, and then in future streams we will get their fields prepped and ready. But they'll be over on the far side, so they've got some time to regrow. You know, we can start. We'll get a lot more carrots as soon as these are ready. Fill in everything else there, and maybe keep pushing on those, but replacing with beets because the beets are the ones we have the least of. Oh, here we go. So now we're just clearing, and hopefully... Oh, did I tease y'all? Oh, I'm sorry. Hopefully this gets us 4. It does. 4 full stacks. So let's go ahead and pull those. Man, is it nighttime again? Sheesh. All right. These are our seed taters. This is our poison, which I still don't think you can do anything with. Then we'll take these over to the pig. Nope, don't leave that. And have them ready to keep breeding and feeding. All right, next up, water. But yeah, now while we're doing some of this slow stuff, hopefully those are getting a good jump. Go, 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 water, go. I shifted too far. We got water, and now we've got cover. Ah! Ah. Boop. Oh. Oh, I really should have finished up that stone shovel too, shouldn't I? I've had a bit of practice at the stupid water bucket and slabs. There. We are ready to farm. At least I'm not a professional hoer. All right, let's combine this. And we know we're going to need it, so let's just go ahead and get our iron hose going. We'll need, I'm guessing, 3. Because 1 iron hoe is just short of a full 4x64. I was thinking shovels. So maybe with what we've already done, we get by with 2, but I'd rather just be good to go when they run out. So this one we use till it breaks. There it is. That was already when it lost the red. All right, back. Oh, look at it. It's already getting all wet. Irrigated, full of juiciness that plants will love. Potatoes still doing their thing. I don't see any orange or red sticking up yet. That's too bad. Sure would be nice to have that Fortune 3 diamond hoe again, though. We'll get there. Still not even a quarter till, and I want to say it was like 9 after when we were back at the camp and thinking about getting all this done. That's my memory of having glanced, but I wasn't thinking about paying attention at the time. But half hour, 45 minutes to get 2 big fields going. Clearly, that's something I'm willing to do. But we will call it good with our hose there. Get these 2 consolidated. Got more shovel. Let's get all this out of the way. And let's go ahead and plant. And look, all of a sudden our food chests aren't as bad anymore either. All right, so I kind of like to do a mirrored opposite around the bees, and we'll have way too much time to talk about all this kind of stuff as I go for you folks watching the VODs. You may have seen this in the past on some of the YouTube farms or some of the older Twitch worlds, but on a lot of the Twitch worlds, I haven't shown all the content, right? I'll go work on them offline. I haven't done that as much here, and I think that's kind of a little bit of the YouTube mentality coming back through is on YouTube, every single moment, I didn't touch the world if I wasn't online. Now, for you YouTube folks, we had some technical struggles with the stream. It dropped a couple times, so there's about 30 minutes of this one that aren't on YouTube VODs. I don't think you missed too much, but with live streaming, if I run into those kind of things, I'm not going to make you guys sit through a miserable, broken up, choppy video in the VOD. I will just call it good. I wish we were that little bit hungry because it's gonna hit at some point, and then we're gonna have to try to eat a raw potato. Anyway, I think in this one I'm less likely to spare any of you guys the perceived misery of gathering materials or anything. We'll treat this one more like the old YouTube slow cooker and tow series where I give you it all. There's nothing hidden. You guys are as much a part of this world as I am, and we'll just talk it through while we're doing stuff. If the chat's quiet, then I will be talking as I would be to a VOD, just sharing whatever's on my mind or what my thoughts are about what I'm doing in the game. Here I was talking about, this is why I do 64, so you can get a full stack and run out as you get to the end and grab another and just go back and forth. Always backwards is way easier. Harvesting, go forward, but for planting, if you try to go forward, you're going to overrun. You can have gaps. Sideways certainly works too, but I just find backwards is really easy to go. So there we are. Next piece is we go 2, 3, 4, 5. Boom. 1, 2, 3. Oh, wait, did I do that right? I may have already. Yeah, that was 5. Got to go 5s in between. 3. And then 4. 4. 4. 5. 5. Yep. 5. 5. And if you did it all right, those all line up. That's nice and evenly spread, and that comes from the pillars in the bee farm. And with current lighting and all that, that gives us enough lighting coverage to get us at least out to these outer walls. When we have this extra space here, all the way up to here, right? Whatever we want to do with it all the way across, we'll have to come up with some additional lighting. But there we have it. The first quarter or fifth, depending on whether you want to count the bees, of our farm fields. So, hey, nice, man. Never apologize for helping your mom. First of all, that is awesome. You are dude, you gotta help your mom, right? Especially cooking. I love helping out cooking. That's a good thing. I think I'm not like a great cook, but I enjoy the kitchen, and I think if I was anything, like a prep cook would be. I love chopping stuff, like all the stuff that gets the stuff ready for when they do the final prep during a dinner service kind of stuff. I would love to do all that. That would be like a totally fun. It would get old, right? If that was your job and you had to do it every day, I'm sure it gets hot and grindy and all that, but yeah, give me like some food processor time, some knives, chopping up the veggies, and even peeling stuff. Not my favorite, but I don't mind that. Yeah. All right. Next up, green pepper and onion. Nice, man. I'll give you an option if you got time to reply. Yeah, sloppy Joe. Nice dinner. Enjoy. If you got some time, looks like you're replying. Let me know. Would you have a preference to me getting a horse and setting up that stuff right now in the last kind of hour and a half or so of the stream, or would you prefer boat adventure and more exploration-y stuff? Let me know. I'll give you a second here while I kind of sort through some of this stuff, see where I left off. I think I'm going to get rid of these 2 sapling trees. These 2 I planted. The 2 on either side of the little camp were there, and I kind of jokingly called the camp, this is 2-tree camp, right? I forgot that's the B one. It's a good thing I did not chop that tree down from that. But we'll get this one out of the way at least. Break the leaves so those decay. I was trying to use up the stone axe. Oh, look, there's beets. Let's use the stone axe in the river to chop salmon. Boat and explore. Cool, man. You got it. I'm just going to chop this fish or these fish until this axe is gone so I don't have to store it or carry it around. Like to get all the way down to iron tools. Get air. Don't forget, we don't have big, powerful lungs yet. Almost gone. Popped me right out of the water. It really hit him. Great fish river here. Not too deep where they like go super, super low on you and you can't get to them, but lots of spawns. Man, Sloppy Joe's something good. I haven't had a Sloppy Joe in a long time. Sloppy Joe, Sloppy Joe. And with like all the fresh ingredient stuff, not the canned nonsense. It's good. Good eating. Come here, fish. Get some air. Dude, this axe is magically tough. There we go. All right. So, how many we end up with? 16. That's not terrible. There's probably, I was going to say, there's probably a few floating around here. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Uh-oh. All right, before we go on the boat adventure as well, ooh, that's been keeping our camp warm. Maybe. He's not right on our bed, but that's awesome. Look at this. Got a little heater. Hot water coming up. Kind of on here. Very nice. I don't think we have a... Oh, we do have a hole all the way through. Not exactly on our camp. Alright, put that away, that away. This is going to perpetually get me, right? Because normally this chest sits on the same wall as this one, and this one is turned, so I just go to... Oh, that's the food chest. I always make it difficult on myself. All right, give me 2 minutes. I got to switch controllers, wake up the PlayStation. Actually, I can probably just wake it up from here. All right, that's good. Give me 1 minute, and we'll start working our way out to the new terrain in the boat. We got a ways to go to get across our little area. Be right back. All right, my friends, we are back and ready to rock and roll one more time. We got about an hour left in the stream, and we are going on a journey of epic proportions. We've got a couple items here. We need to make a couple more tools. And look at our all those creepers or creeper skeletons have been getting at us. So let's make a new shield. Becomes less important the more robust our armor all becomes, but there you have it. Then let's get one iron axe. We will leave the stone shovel here. We got plenty of reason to use it up. And I think this is boats maybe finding shipwrecks and all that. So I think 2 stone and 1 iron pick will do us good. We will actually switch that. Having a spare shovel is okay because if we do have to dig through sand and gravel and all that to get treasure chests, we'll want it. All right, so this here need to make more torches. We did do all that caving, so that got us. And I mean, maybe we find an awesome cave and maybe we use up a bunch, but that's why I am gonna take 2 full stacks anyway. But this one's about discovery. So 2 quick. Two quick things here. That goes, this goes, and I have extra torches I didn't manage to put away. And I'm putting the shovel away. We want to, I don't think I've ever grabbed the coordinates of the camp. And I always like, well, we'll get back to, this is 2 tree camp. Because eventually the castle and all that will be different coordinates. And we won't need all of them, certainly, but having a few is good. Negative 193. Just grabbing that and adding it because the only coordinates I had so far were for spawn. And when we're trying to line up with a home after we get a long way from here, it's good to know. Because frankly, I didn't even know, which numbers got bigger and all that. Boat down here. Oh, I gotta do one more thing. I'm sorry, guys, but I gotta feed these cows again. We should have done it while I was wrapping up, but that was the whole point. Because I'm fine with going with the pork that we do have as far as food, but when we get back, we're gonna probably need to switch that out. The more and more we eat, the less good I feel about going into a cave or anything like that, knowing, oh, well, I can just keep eating food to stay healthy or recover health. So I'd like to have a full stack of steaks as soon as these wear down. Obviously, we do have baked potatoes, and we could bake more if we needed to, but they're not as good traveling food, so those couple extra minutes should be a help, and they may not do anything while we're gone, but inevitably while we're unloading our inventory, all our loot and all that, they will be getting ready for another feeding, so keep at it. I could have moved the beets too, but again, like the bees, we would never leave on this boat trip. Alright, so for chat, for anybody who missed the beginning of the stream, if you're watching the VOD and you jumped forward, if you want, there's a bunch of exploring in the first hour and a half on boats. We went all the way around the edge, and we are in the middle of a round sea. And this may not be dead center, but it's a good center point, is this sugarcane growing up in the middle. And it actually looks like it's going to be something closer out here. I think I heard a trident earlier. I'm not turning around to find out. I'm just busting for this little island here in the hopes we can sleep tonight. Go, go, go. And as you can see, it's actually quite close to a point that we had the forest village in, but as close to dead center of this little sea as we can get, we're going to make our darkroom spawner up in the air above it. The reason I like the water for that is, for one thing, during construction, if we fall out, crap. We were right, and he moved up on us while we were... Okay. Get... At least we can ring around the rosy here. Oh, I'm glad I made a new shield. Can you imagine if we had a partially broken shield? Which side is he on? Man, I wish I had a good weapon. He's so far back. Dude. Oh, this is going to take forever. Don't you use up the durability on my future trident. Whipping by. Hey, come on, why don't you get closer and say that, dude? Whatever it is you say. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Oh, he's close. Come on, give me your trident. I don't see a trident. Dang it. But we survived and made an awful mess. And remember, mission 1, don't die. We didn't. If we can do anything like that, I do think it's entirely worth it to try to get the trident wielding drowned early. I think when your level is low, if you do get a kill, you I feel like you get a little better chance of getting one of those elusive tridents. Now, we did pick up the boat. Okay. So, where it was getting dark, and I heard his trident, and that was what I was talking about. Like, I'm just going for land. I want to sleep. I don't want to get stuck with him blowing up my boat out here where we were when I first heard it. So, that actually worked out pretty well. And like I said, about whatever the center point is here is where we'll set up, and then 128 blocks up we will set up, and that's based on the spawning radius, right? When you're standing at a point, the mobs that spawn around you are within 128 blocks. So you go 128 blocks up in the air, particularly over water, you know there's nothing else below. If you go 128 blocks straight up from the top of the mountain, which now makes more sense, you could do it as well. I just find it's easier to be able to boat to it until we can link up portals. So that's the plan there. And that will be reasonably close, and we'll be able to boat to it until we do have portals. And then when we do, just go through the nether, and it'll be, it's less than 1,000 blocks, so divide that by 8, couple hundred blocks tops to go between the portals. So here we are, and we're going to grab this point as well, because now we're heading out into who knows what. I mean, maybe it's just another little U-turn, but we found 2 exits at least, and then we found the one river that went out to the plains. So we'll grab the coordinates here and know how to get back, or at least where our target is to get back, and then from here we'll have a pretty good idea of where we need to go. So this is gonna be enclosed sea axis 1. How about that, right? I think we know what that means. And I'll put a little brackets on it and say east, because this is the eastern facing one. And it is 1243 and negative 639. Go. All right, I've got those coordinates so we can get this nonsense out of your faces. And off we go. And we don't yet know, is this a continuation of a big continent? We know it goes a long way to the south. There's frozen tundra. We ran on a frozen river a long way. Didn't find any igloos or anything out that way, but made a pretty big loop, and that was where we got all our flowers out of the meadow. Just got our bearings a little bit better. Here's some treasure. Oh, there's a ship too. Good, 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 good. That's all good stuff. I see a gold block. Eh. Eh. All right, third gold block. That's 3 apples and change. All right, let's go get this ship. See what we got over here. And that's our 11th piece of obsidian. Pretty soon we will have enough for a portal all on its own. Am I sitting right on top of it yet? Where'd it go? Ship? Oh, ship. It was right off. There it is. Wow, well, I wasn't even close. I just totally lost it. Alright, this looks accessible and good. We'll do... Remember that we have no helmet. Just did the dishes. I hope those were the prep dishes. Did you already eat? Man, you gotta chew your food. Not bad. Iron and iron plugs. Nothing super crazy, but for a first ship and for stuff that we can actually use, that's good. Grab all that and then come over to here. Drop, drop, drop. More air. Alright, this is the one. I haven't clicked on it yet because sometimes it takes a long time for the treasure map to develop. So click. Alright, not too bad. Get some paper. And get a buried map. Hopefully it's a keeper. And look at all the goodies there. Nothing... I didn't see a moss block yet. That's kind of the early treasure since we have all the food. More carrots, though. More potatoes. All decently good. I think. Well, I'm not guaranteeing. I'm not making any promises, chat. Troy. Oh, dishes and dishes. Dude, that sounds awesome. Eggs and sausage, biscuits and gravy. Eating good. All right. Well, I need to focus. You need to stop distracting me with all this food talk, man. Okay. We are close. Look at the size of the dot. We need to go a little bit north and a whole bunch, well, not a whole bunch, but significantly east. So, presumably back over there or around this point with the tree. We aren't quite on the map yet. Oh, wait. No, north and east. I was just going east to turn south, right? Now we're facing north. So let's go maybe on the side of this little islandy thing. Remember, west is home. I saw, see that one iceberg, so more frozen ocean. That's not, I mean, it's cool, but we've got some of it back close to home already. It's not easy to navigate in terms of, oh, that we can just cruise across that to get to more terrain. Okay, more north. So whenever we get past these trees, maybe we pick up the map itself. Is that a ship on its side or upside down, or is it just dirt? I think it's just dirt, right? There's too much grass there. All right, now we're mapping. Got a minute here. Maybe we can get this whole side done and then come back to land. A little bit more. Oh, just onto the map is that coast. Come on, get the corner. There we go. Back to shore in bed. Ooh, hot sauce on scrambled eggs. Not bad. Sounds tasty. Oh, there we go. Stretch out. Nice bed. Alright. Now, we'll swing wide out to here just to finish off the map because we all know when I go treasure hunting with the maps and then get back home, half the time I'm like, oh, I forgot to finish the map. Oh, there's another port. You see the gold block out there? Upper right? Underwater upper right, but right off that point, headed towards it now. We'll get that before we even get to the treasure, I think. Oh, look at it. Double gold. Double gold. Okay, enough of you. Alright, now chest. Not chest. Air. The greatest treasure, oxygen. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We'll take them. We'll use them. I'm not taking the fire bit. Obviously, not as good as Fortune 3, but for the potatoes and carrots, that gold fortune hoe is fantastic because when you're swinging the hoe to harvest, you're not actually hoeing, so there's no durability loss. So you can use that thing until we replace it with something better without using it up. The axe, on the other hand, won't be, but we can chop melons with it and get more slices. All right, where are we now? It's going to be in the water. Let's switch you. We want to face north. Wait, I'm not even an arrow yet. Get me to be an arrow. I want to be an arrow. And there's some little inlet. Oh, get up! What? I'm like, let me out of the water. It was like it was laggy or something. That was awful. Okay. U-turn facing north. We need to move over one. So easy when sticks up like that. Looks huge. Think that's yeah. Shovel. Oh, let's get our air before we have another incident. Yeah, yeah. Decent chest loot. Compared to like a vanishing or something like that, that's nothing we want. But because it won't wear down, it's better than a lot of the things that you get on the gold tools because they go so fast. Like that smite axe that we had using on the skellies. It was done before we knew it. We fought like 3 skeletons, and even though it had smite too, it was down to just a little sliver of red from hitting them each 2 times. So the durability is a challenge. Alright, boom, boom, boom. We can put this back in. Cod. We got at least one more spot. There, switch that. Perfect. Alright, let's check the map. Got it all fully done. And yeah, once we have this full castle villagey thing going on, maybe we make a separate little building just for maps and all that, because I don't know that in a castle, we'll try to do banners and that kind of stuff for decoration. All right, I don't know if I got a bug bite on my calf or what. I just started itching, so I don't think it's been like an all-day deal. We don't even have room for kelp. We just got to get back and empty our pockets. What a loot, though. 2 diamonds, so sword or enchanting table, either way. The emeralds, so good. Yeah, we love diamonds. All right. Oh, did I get a... Yeah, I did get the diamonds. All right, so hopefully we're just cutting the corner on this and going pretty much dead back at our little marker and coordinates. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So much for our easy... Oh, yeah, we just filled our pockets and go back home, because now we got a new deal. First thing, market. Oh, I can't even take the feathers. Dang it. Alright. Let's do the old grab temporary note coordinates. Shipwreck. 1371. This does kind of help, though, because now I know how close we are. We're 150 blocks X off the deal, and we are at negative 865. So two and change and 150-ish away. Shouldn't be impossible to find. Save that before any disasters happen. All right, now, in the interest of future stuff, we want to get all of this. Get out, get out, get out! it's the problem that I can't just break those chests. I mean, I guess I could break a slab above, but it's so open, it's not that bad. There, vanishing boots. Don't even particularly care. Get out again. Alright, so the other one, if that is the... I can't even see the windows. They would probably be there. It kind of goes back and down. All the way up to grab air. Switch out the axe. Uh-oh. That's not good. May just end. Sometimes they do that. Oh. Maybe. Yeah, good call on the expedition. I mean, that would be awesome to have a horse too, but we'll get them. They're not going anywhere. Nope. You go away. Am I on the wrong corner? I might be, right? Because if it was flipped over, I bet that's... Uh-oh, this is all dirt too, though. I don't want to not have treasures. This is the one that might have more diamonds and stuff, so I got a big vested interest in finding it. And that was what I was saying, like, for the future trips, if we can get, if it's got iron or any of that, we can still come back and get the stuff we can't hold now, but we can't... we can't... can't do that if there's nothing there. I don't know if I'm just too far forward. Like, usually there's another window when the ships are on their side. You go through the windows to get to the chests, and normally there's another window. Oh. Ah! This is when we get harpooned, tridented. Don't trade a bed for a block of sand or something like that. That would be bad happening. Alright, so what if I go down here? Nothing? Here, maybe? There it is. I guess I should eat. Or what's that one? Under that sand. Oh, that's just the edge of the step. Okay. This is less good. Come on, be in there. Please be in there. This expedition is getting a little tedious. I appreciate that. I hope it's It's not as insincere as I feel at the moment. Like, give me the dang chest, boat. If they didn't even put it. Oh, no, 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 no. Get up. If they don't even have the chest, I'm going to be a little bit upset. Go away. Okay, back up. Don't look. I think all this nonsense. Oh, there it is. All right, it is there. I'm not going to try to get into it. So we had to go around that, so it should be like here. I know this is painful for me, guys. I'm sorry this isn't like, just go get it. We don't have the breath or the gear to do it. And I can't even just break the chest because we'll end up losing so much stuff. There we go. Because our inventory is jammed up. That was efficient and fast, but come on, be worth it, chest. I worked hard for you. Hey, good stuff. So we'll still be able to come back and get those gold nuggets, which I don't think we have any of. Let's get a little extra health because this could get messy. All the airs. There's that. Get up. All of these. And then I think everything else that was left with gold nuggets. Alright, well, that helped our iron and haul overall. Got up to 10 emeralds, 19 iron ingots, and almost a full stack of iron nuggets. And we have some back home, so if we want to make lanterns or anything like that, we are well equipped, or we can always change them into ingots if we have a need. Pretty good haul. Alright. It is cross your fingers and hope we know where we're going time. Is that our marker? Maybe that is. Although I don't think we're quite close enough, are we? I guess we are. That was 200 blocks? That's wild. Alright, well, no complaints. 2 ships. Hey, enjoy, Troy. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. All you guys that are watching the VODs, if you're sticking it out to this point, way to go. And happy treasure hunting with us. This has gone well. And I am feeling pretty darn good about where we're sitting right now. I think we're gonna try to not, as I often say in like in and out of caves and all that. I think we're gonna try to not be greedy, not run back for another boat trip. I've got about a half hour left in the stream, and I think we can do better back home. I think maybe what we'll do is try to get a horse. Set up some kind of a horse enclosure and get an early one or early couple so that we can compare them and be like, all right, who's fast? But without having to have them secured with leads, right? In the terrorist world, we had the skeleton horses, but I always had to tie them up because I didn't have enough materials to build a little. I mean, I guess I probably could have, but I didn't have the space because we were still working on clearing the land for the farms. So I didn't have anything set up to help them out. So this will be kind of fun And this will be a first holding kind of paddock where we will eventually get something much more kind of creative, if I dare say. Something that shows off the. I don't think I have anything to cook, really, do I? I've got oh, ingots. I got more blocks. I got 2 diamonds. I got more emeralds. Takes care of that box. Food. I've got some more pumpkins, carrots, wheat, cooked cod goes down here, taters, and here, potion, heart of the sea, TNT, not flint, not obsidian, but paper. For now, actually, these will go in here. Decorative stuff will go in with the old outfits and horse gear and all that. We'll actually be moving these out quickly, I think. Um, Here we are basically 3 obsidian off without having had to pick anything from making a portal. That's kind of cool. That's good. And I know he's eating right now, guys, but we all we all know Troy's got a thing, and if he hasn't seen this yet, then it'll be a fun surprise. If you have, here you go, man. But ooh, I can just use one of these. Even better. There. And we'll keep a few because well, no, we can all go in there. Right? I'll save more room in the food chest. This is the berry box. All right, extra chest, planks away. Look at that, stacking a bit. Don't have too much room for lanterns yet, but shortly, perhaps, we'll get something working with those. Now we can do this. And this is where a little bit messy. But, oh, I should be doing this right now. So notice, nowhere on the deal, and we'll get a few extra potatoes and carrots as a result. So, win, win, win. That, 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 and I think that. All right, 13 beet seeds. We'll try to start in these 2 rows. Well, I guess we'll just fill in as we go. Hey, look at that. Just bopped. And with fortune on beets, you don't get more beets, but you do get more beet seeds with each swing. So it works out really well for us right now. It's exactly what we want. Couple extra there. Time for bed. Awesome. Oh. We can go put these potatoes in pig feed. Carrots could be as well, but we need these as seeders. And while we're waiting on the next batch, we may get some. Oh, I forgot the O there. While we may get some extra beets sitting there and not having spots for them, we'll keep throwing carrots into, right? Because we need. need a whole lot of carrots. In fact, let's just go plant all these. Fill up the field again. Alright. Yeah, pigs do like carrots as well. In case you didn't notice from the eager grunting there, it's not just potatoes for them anymore. Alright, Fortune Axe. That one's got a ways to go, and it will vanish, so we'll probably hold out until we have full rows of melons and then just run down once and try to get a few extra slices. Although, honestly, probably the best thing to do there, because each slice represents a single melon seed, is hit them immediately. Use it early to help propagate the crops out. I don't know, we'll see. But what we need to do now is figure out where do we want to place our horses, and how do I want that to look. I'm thinking I'm gonna go get that stone shovel so we don't have to deal with it anymore. And I'm thinking kind of rounded. You know how a lot of times in a horse, like it's a corral, right? But it's really like uh, an exercise yard, so it'll be rounded, and that keeps the horse from. I don't know. I'm not a horse guy. I don't know a whole lot here. Uh, but for one thing, when you have a horse on a long rope, an exercise rope or whatever they are, and you're kind of before you break it and are riding it or anything, you've got it gets used to the verbal commands and everything, while you stand in the center and have it on a rope that keeps it from going all the way to the edge. It goes in a circle around you, right? So I'm thinking a little bit like that. This can be our long-term horse exercise yard, for lack of a better word, and and this inadvertently beginning a little bit of the shaping of our uh, defenses here, and I don't know exactly what those are going to look like. But TBD. So just we needed more dirt whacking. So I'm thinking we go like, it's probably easier to just show, but maybe like 7s on the sides, flat. It's probably got to be evens. And I don't know how far we got to go, but we're going to pair this up with the animal pens. But that's another reason why I want it to be circular. I don't just want it to be another pen. I want it to look significantly different. And not be just in a perfectly straight line. But we got this extra little space in between, and I think this could be really cool longer term. Never know which way I'm going to turn. Although you can probably guess that I was ready to cut this down to nothing. So yes, circular-ish, at least rounded square. And a little bit of a intended use thought on the build. So you can kind of see where I'm looking to position this thing. But I think what we'll do in addition to that, and these aren't barns, these are all going to be outside areas, but right, we've got a fence line here that's going to be separating the fields and trying to keep them clear and not getting jumped on by mobs. The wandering villagers are the challenge there, which we can only just do our best to deal with when they show up. But in this area, I'm thinking that the horse access to this kind of exercise yard may be on both sides. But here on this side, we may have it where using this wall here, there's kind of a walkway along, and then outside, beyond the circle down here, we just have a number of pens, and the pens are where we could stage, pairs of horses and things like that, until we establish some like fenced in pastures and stuff like that out on the wider plains. Because most horses, they need grazing unless they're purely fodder or purely being fed oats or whatever. They need to be able to graze in large areas. So having some of these distant areas with penned in herds of horses would be natural and cool. And I want to do more of that. And then I think, at some point we'll want to have some kind of a barn. Not the big red barn styling. I don't have any iron. Not the big red styling that we had in Toe. And not as tall. I think a lower squat barn would be appropriate, more medieval. I don't know. I guess I'll go look online a little bit. We need defenses. Do not, you guys. Oh, I don't even have a thing. Get out of my crops. First of all, come here. Come after me. Get angry. That's fine. But then get. Oh, do I have a bucket of milk? I think I do, but I don't know where I left it. No, that was a different world, right? That was the last one. So, real quick, before we start this, we don't have villagers right around here, but let's be prepared. Deal with this as soon as it happens. Hey, cows, I need your services. All right, good there. All right, you guys have moved on out of my fields, and you're coming towards trees. Trees are the friend here, so let's get them angry, and then hide. And a few at least will get themselves in friendly fire. Okay, just keep shooting each other. There's one down. And if they can... Yeah, there you go. Oh, crap. Crap. I need to eat. I wish I had a gold... I do have a golden apple. Okay. Another one down. Look at all these arrows. Oh, it is getting to be nighttime, too. How many are left? Oh, did you get that other one? Is that it? Nope, one more. Come here, friend. And we celebrate by sleeping in the rain. No crossbows. Well, we survived. That's the best part. They hit hard for a bit there. That's the problem without having any trees or any defenses, really. You're just, they swarm to both sides. All right, banners. Those can go in here. Didn't even need to use our milk. That's always nice when they take care of that for us. But we also didn't get the voluntary exile advancement for getting a bad omen. But now back to our project. So we just got to remove the rest of this dirt. We'll leave that aside for a bit so it doesn't seem quite as square. I don't even know if we're going to be able to get through this. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, our digging is good. So I think the size of this is kind of pulling me back. This is our edge, so we can't be any less than this, and I don't want it to be too cramped. So there, maybe? How does this look for a lineup? That's fairly centered, right? And then maybe a 2, 2. That I like that spacing. Now, did I do this right? 2, 3, 2, 6. 2, 3, 2, 2. Gonna need to trim a bit more, but that's 4. 2, 1, 2, 3, and 2. So that's what I'm thinking for our shape. And then I'm thinking cobble under and then rails. Not like rails, but like wood for fencing. Because again, this isn't a barn. This isn't too much pasture-y stuff. And I'm kind of thinking I'd like spruce for the fence bits, and maybe we'll use oak for the deal. We don't have much here. This is not going to go far at all. But at least we could kind of get the concept down. There. There. And then for fencing, it's the opposite. So we're not going to get much here. 15 isn't going to do it, but So at least let us visualize. And then I think what we maybe need to do is go grab a horse. Oh, I forgot the stupid cobble. How many pieces did we have? So that will be fine for the horses. It looks kind of doofy though, doesn't it? I don't know how I feel about that. Horses won't go through it. I don't know if any mob would. I was thinking about the horse, but why don't we just take the boat? We'll go. The spruce trees are right over there. Let's just go get it. I think we have plenty of axe left. And then we'll come back getting the cobble and finishing up the rest of the paddock. And was that another boat I just drove over the top of? How did I miss that? Sheesh. Troy was saying this was efficiency world. Not very efficient, sir. Less people point that stuff out. Like, did you want to stop? I love the fox sound, by the way, the little squeaky chew toy. But look at this. We got another village. Another village right here. Unless this is the same one. Were we this close back to home? There were two buildings. Is this the seeds? I think I put those seeds in there, didn't I? But why didn't I take the bread? I can't tell. I'm very mystified. Is this the same village connected to the river? Yeah, because we there's the river, right? How crazy is it that that is that close? All right, well, that makes this easy. We're going to take spruce trees to thin out the middle of their village. Wow, these guys may be our closest neighbors. That's crazy. And what it means is we could, well, I guess it's a little ways. I was going to say we could, just park a boat and then get out to those plains that we saw earlier today. But, I don't know. We'd then basically be doing two boat trips, which, again, not the worst thing in the world. Especially if there's something cool out that way eventually. But it's cool to know these guys are close by, and we could set up trading right in here, breeding and trading and all that, and not have to move them very far, because it's going to be the same kind of distance from home as our dark room area out in the middle of that inland sea kind of deal, and would be more in the same direction, right? So envision it, at some point somewhere we've got a portal that's hidden away down where we've got some storage. I don't think it needs to be all the way down in the deep slate, but in a space that we want to clear out at our base, and then that goes to the nether, right? And in the nether we've got to make little things on, if we're on lava, if we're at the bottom of a deal, we got to just hollow it out. But however it is, whether we're digging or building up little structures to protect our portals, they would be in the same direction. We wouldn't have to go in opposite directions to, set up villagers back at those original villages. So Well, see how it all plays out. We could always move villagers from here or anywhere else to a different location just as easily. Hi, you're a Fletcher. No, you're a fisherman. Oh, that was the watery house. I bet. Fisherman will buy string. We're not anywhere close. We need all the string. Would you sell me some string? Come on. How about you reverse that trade? How we doing here? Stack and a half. Once we plank that, I think we're good. Let's sleep here pretty quick. Am I headed the right way? I think these are the two buildings, right? No. Oh, dude. So I don't like all the trees. Make it very tough. We'll camp. We'll camp in the village right by their little campfire they built for us. So this is great though. Well, in clearing these trees first, we'll get them a little town square area, and we can help develop them into a thriving little burg of villagers. And I think our boat is right over here somewhere. We should probably clear some of these trees too. Make it easy to get to from the coast. Boat over here. Oh, well, that was well used time. We are running out. I don't know. Let's at least get this paddock up the way I envision it, and see if that's something we want to keep looking at keep working on in the next stream. Then the next stream is when we'll do horse taming too. We got lots of sugar. We've got the one saddle, so it'll be fine. We just need a place to put them so that they don't wander off, or we don't lose track of which ones are tame and which ones are not. Um, since we can't just afford to leave the saddles on them or anything like that. All right, here. Start with this. 48, and we may as well. We got 4 gates. That would do 2 sets. That might actually be enough because I don't. Unlike the cows and the pigs and all that, I don't foresee us needing to have access from every side. Still didn't get the cobble. Mercy. I do have these 2 pieces of bread. I don't know why I didn't grab those out of the chest. That was what really threw me for a loop. There. I know, we got a berry box now. We should put them in there. And you notice, I immediately come back and I'm like sorting inventory and all that. I'm not grabbing the cobble that I'm supposed to be here for and have forgotten twice already. Taking them both. The extra weight will help me remember. Doot, doot, doot. Boom, 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 boom. So I could see us doubling this out a little bit, maybe. We'll see what we got here when all is said and done. I know I think I know I want an access here to then connect into these other little corrals or stalls or whatever you want to call them. But don't think I want one there at all. And this is the bit. Am I going to want one to be able to ride past the town on this side, or does it go out? I think I don't need this one if I have gates here. No, what are you doing? You are not gates. You are gates. So we go there, and then we'll go here and see. I can go through all this. I don't like that, but as far as containment goes, a horse will not. I don't think he would even be able to fit in there. It's not even like the stalls where we just go, yep, we don't have to have doors. The horse doesn't think it can fit, and we're actually tricking him. In that one, I literally don't think he can fit. But for cosmetic appearance sakes, that looks pretty terrible. So I think, let's just do a side here. I think we'd want to go like this. Just so it's continuous, right? I mean, it's gotta be it's gotta be that. Otherwise, it looks terrible. Doesn't look quite as circly, but oh, oh! We need a boat instantly because he'll go take his llamas in the middle of all my stuff. Where's the boat? I don't have my axe. There it is. Don't you crush my beats, man. Right, he's still back at the boat, at the horse corral. Goodness. Excuse me. Horses, or llamas. Stuck. Stuck again. This is really... Perfect. Alright, I can't do much about you, but I will check to see. Nothing there we need too bad. We've got icebergs, so we can get packed ice no problem. We've already got sugarcane. We don't have blue orchid yet, but we'll get some. And we did buy some podzos, so it's not even like I'm just trying to get my first trade. So this well timed in that regard. We now have double lead supplies to help for our animal management. And that's pretty important when it comes to using a horse on a trip, right? We've got all this to contain them if we tame one, but if they go with us to some distant area and we sleep on the trip, here, I'll just do another batch. We're out of luck. As soon as we go to bed, they're going to start wandering, either for home or for some other horses to hang out with, whatever they decide. You spend half your time trying to locate or chase down your horse, and heaven forbid you get some combat or something going, because then they're gone. All right, let's finish this, and then we'll call it good. We're over time. Look at our awesome fields, though. The potatoes are coming. The wheat is filling in wonderfully. In the next episode, we'll continue this effort to fill this with a horse or horses and begin the process of. Oh, no, 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 no. That's the one. I don't want to. Always eerie when you've got a perfect stack. Like, how did that happen? Why? Um, okay. Continue the catch a horse and then some more exploring balanced with um, a little more work around here. I think we are getting to that point where we need to start developing our home a little bit. And we'll go on these inner corners. I think that'll space out pretty nice. I don't want that anymore, I don't think. And it's a little dark in the middle, but I think that'll be okay because we're going to do a couple other things in the middle. I think we'll do some water and we'll do a little bit of hay, something to feed them. So let's do. In fact, let's. Not that. So much water. Or so much iron just to get a water thing. I think, at least for proof of concept stuff, we'll use oak. It's going to be a little mismatched to start. And let's get, every time get used to that. So there's no dead center of this, but I think we'll go that with water, right? And we may do doubles of these, but then I don't know. I've never seen this. This might look terrible. It may not even work, but my thought is we go here and then oh yeah. So this is kind of like the slow feed deals where a lot of times animals, if you let them, they will just gorge themselves and like burst a stomach or whatever. It's kind of like dog bowls, right? A lot of dogs these days, it's kind of a new deal, but a lot of dogs just sit there and mow down their food so fast that then they have all kinds of stomach problems, and it gets to be an issue. Or you got one dog that eats really, really fast. If you have a couple dogs, the other one is a little slower, and the one who gets done fast turns around and decides to start helping itself. So they make like dog bowls that have these little bumps or kind of, usually it's like a decorative little like dog bone or something in the middle, right? Because they sell them to people, and people want them to look like they believe they should look. Um, so the dogs have to eat slower because the pieces of kibble or whatever, meat or whatever is underneath, slide back and forth underneath whatever the little obstruction is in there, and they have to eat around it. Slows them down, makes them take more time, helps their stomachs, helps balance it out. If you don't have that and feed a slower eating dog in just a regular bowl, it will help catch up a little bit and balance them out. I believe they do a lot of that with cows and horses, where if you're in like a milk barn or something like that, that the hay, the feed or whatever will go through, and there'll be slats so that the whole thing doesn't come down, it stays up off the ground, all that kind of stuff. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. Let me know if you think this looks legit, but that would be the horses able to eat a slowly available thing. And I think, in reality, I don't think you'd really feed a horse in the middle of an exercise type yard. But until we get them settled into something better, I think that's a pretty decent little manger and water supply for the horses so that they're not left just to starve, as are all of our other animals. Now, speaking of starving, let's hit our cows one last time. We are now almost 15 minutes over my planned stop time for today, but just keep doing these, and that will mean that by tomorrow we should have a nice full feedlot here, and we can flip our cattle. We'll feed them one more time. It should be jammed at that point. The babies will barely be visible at that point when this latest generation grows up, and then we'll come in with the axes. No, come on, everybody this way. Come on. I'm gonna go around, and we'll just go out this way now. Too slow, dumb cows. Wait, I didn't insult the cows. And look at that. We were going through about 30 pieces of wheat before. Now, 56, 55, something. All right, boat full of llamas on display. Wandering trader, fortunately walking away from the crops. These will be so close to done. Let's go put the fencing away here. Let's put the extra stone back in its thing. We need to get water. I will forget that. There. Put this iron away. Grab this out. Little bit of fortune, we'll get a few extra carrots and beet seeds this way. At no cost to our gold axe. That's the best part of this whole deal. And hopefully, in the end, we got enough beet seeds to fill the rest of this area. Why won't you finish growing potato? Every group's got one. 41. That should come pretty close. I think he heard me talking. Is that done yet? It's always tough when they're alone. Telling the difference between the third and the fourth stage on the potatoes. Oh. Yeah, it was done. Good for you. All right, so a couple more carrots, just odds and ends, but don't want to leave anything idle. There we go. These come over, and we've got. I don't think we had extras laying around anyway. Oh, we do have a couple extra carrots. Now I'm putting the hoe in the wrong place. So yeah, half of the carrots are there that we need, and a few extra beets. Obviously, we didn't have enough seeds to quite finish the field, but perhaps after another turn, they will be all ready to go as well. Hope so. Now, the problem being that is the very far field, so the more and more those get ready, the less we have, but we'll have stuff we can then consider trading back over to the farmers when we have all this wheat and potatoes out of these two fields. And in as far as these fields go, the next big thing I want to do, I think I want to frame this row, so the outside of the field. So 2 here for a path, then the next 9 for the melons and pumpkins, then 2 more, then the next 9 for the bees, 2 more, 9 more for melons and pumpkins again, 2 more, and then 9 more for the carrots and beets. And then all the way around the outside. So we've got the meat of this stuff framed, and then we can kind of pick and choose, right? Because we don't have melons yet, doing pumpkins is a little bit of a waste. Oh, I don't think we can do this, but I've never bothered to look. It's never been an issue. Come on. Is this a thing? No. I was wondering if we could get melon seeds out of these, just as a bonus. We can't. So we'll continue the hunt. We've got a lot of ocean to explore. We got a new shipwreck right close to home, even closer than the other one, to explore. Insult Pixels? What? Joined just in time to see you insult Pixels. That seems very, very deal. What pixels did I insult? I don't know. I'm confused, Troy. What are you talking about? I think you're all hopped up on sloppy Joe juice. Cows? Well, yeah, because they weren't smart enough to make a break for it when I left the fence open. They were all distracted by the wheat. Okay. Yeah. Cows. They're hardworking. They're very dedicated. Not bright. What did you think of this, though? Did you see this? Yeah, I was. Now I'm not. Did you see this, and what do you think? Receptive? Good, or ditch it? Okay, so this is the horse exercise pen. It's going to be the first area, and I'll fill you in on all the rest later because I do need to wrap this up. But this is where, when we first tame a couple horses, we're going to bring them in here, and eventually this is just part of the cosmetic build, right? It's not going to be indefinite horse housing. This is where if you were breaking a horse or whatever, you'd bring it in here and stand in the middle with a rope, and the horse can run around the outside of it, get tired out and all that. But for now, I wanted a water trough, and then this is hay bale on top. But I was talking about like mangers and stuff like that. They're kind of designed to slow down the animals from eating all the hay at once or too fast and getting sick. So mounted, elevated, so it doesn't get ruined on the ground if it rains or anything. Some food for the horses. So tomorrow, starting things off, we're going to go get a horse. Maybe that one that had been bucking, or not bucking. What is it when they rearing up on their back legs and waving its paws? I guess that's rearing up. I think it was this one, right? Or one of these. I don't know. We'll try them all. Yeah, we'll tame some horses, get a couple in there, and then onto the other ship I missed that's like right at the mouth of that river. way to not call that out. Thanks, calling me out for insulting cows, but not that. Anyway, guys, you all rock. Troy, thank you so much. Um, Exercise for the horses? Absolutely. Exercise for us? No. Nah, we exercise our brains. Um, Guys, you all absolutely rock. Keep up the awesome stuff. You are. What was it? Did I miss a huge chat from you? I don't even think I can go back up on the PlayStation. That can't be found in survival, nor is in creative. Do you know how there's just plain water bottles with no. The unfindable item is one of the enchanted arrows with effects, except there's no effect, and it's called the splashing arrow with just one arrow in the middle and 8 water bottles surrounding it. Okay. I don't know how I missed that. Apparently, I did ignore it. I don't know. I'll have to consider arrows. At some point, I'll give you the full arrow rant because it bums me out how the arrows exactly work and all that. But we'll talk more arrows. It wouldn't surprise me, but I wouldn't. I don't understand if you're talking about how to make it or what the deal is. We'll follow it up some other time. Smoke it when you get in game. Now, yeah, stop confusing me, man. I've been on too long. All right. Hope you have a wonderful evening. For the rest of you guys, if you're stumbling by and catch a VOD, Twitch, YouTube, let me know. Hit a like. If you're on Twitch here, hit the follow. I will certainly get you back and find out if you've got stuff. If you are in YouTube, right? Comments, love them. If you can't make it to Twitch, don't want to be a part of the chat, I get it. If you're in Twitch and just lurking, fine with me. But follows and subscribes. That way I can find out if you guys have channels, if you got content, check it out, and let you know how much I appreciate you guys dropping by. Anyway, we will see you next time. Stay awesome, all my friends. Tomorrow sometime, probably relatively early, but who the heck knows based on the internet and all the rest. We seem to go pretty solid here recently. So once these VODs get this VOD gets uploaded, I'll probably shut the old Laptown down, get it fully rebooted and running nothing so it can go overnight and do any scans or whatever. If that was doing anything in the background, we'll try to have it tip-top ready to go for tomorrow. Take care, everybody. See you then, and stay awesome, my friends. Bye now.